Honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and members of your respective teams. And I think we have colleagues from the SIU and the AG's office. No, I don't see the AG's office here. Are they here? And from the AG's office, good morning. And thank you very much for your patience. We started a bit late today. The minister was delayed, but also some of the buses coming in from the different areas where the members live were similarly delayed. So thank you for your patience. Today we have invited the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans to come and talk to the committee, and by extension the South Africans, about two things in particular. The first is the latest audit outcomes by the Auditor General on the financial year past. And secondly, we also received an update from the Special Investigating Unit on some of the work that they have been doing in the portfolio as well. And we're completing the circle, Minister, by inviting you to come here. We are well cognizant
the military side will respond to some of the questions. So they'll introduce themselves and then I'll speak to the issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, my name is Bantu Holomisa from Department of Defense.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Richard Mkungo, Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans.
Good morning, Chair, and good evening, members of SCOPA. My name is Tobegile Kamede. I am the Acting Secretary for Defense, and in my permanent portfolio, I'm the Chief Defense Policy Strategy and Planning. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, honorable members. I am Lieutenant General Urani Michael Romanswana. I'm the Chief of Staff of the SANDF. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, and morning, members of the committee. I am Major General Tembelani Tandegile Kundu, Chief Military Policy Strategy and Plan in the South African National Defence Force. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Nontobe Komafu. I'm the Acting Director General in the Department of Military Veterans. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, SCOPA members. I'm Sibongiseni Ndlovu. I'm the Chief Financial Officer in the DMV. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Zipiwe Lamini. I'm Head of Communication for the Department of Defense.
Good morning, Chair and the members of SCOPA. My name is Malungisa Sichongaye, the Chief Human Resource of the Department of Defense. Is a Lieutenant General.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of SCOPA and colleagues. I am Vice Admiral Mkonto, Chief Logistic in the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of SCOPA. My name is Adam Abotsi. I'm the Acting CFO of the Department of Defense. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Nona Sonjani. I'm Chair of the Audit Committee at DMV. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nick Sendel. I'm from the Department of Defense, responsible for policy, strategy, and planning. Thank you.
Richard Janji from the Minister's Office.
Good morning, Chair, members of and honorable members of SCOPA, Minister and Deputy Ministers and colleagues. My name is Siabonga Nkontwane. I'm the Head of Office for Deputy Minister Hlope in Ministry of Defense and Military Veterans. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the SCOPA Committee. My name is Regima Remy, Parliamentary Liaison Officer, Department of Defense.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm not sure if I understood. So
sorry, Chair. I think there's still other people. We've got a gentleman here in a Navy uniform behind us who hasn't introduced as well.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of SCOPA. My name is Zibu Sekele. I am the Parliamentary and Cabinet Liaison Officer for Mr. Mkungo.
Good morning, Chair. Commander Mabunda. I'm currently an acting SSO liaison parliamentary office.
Good morning, Chair. I am Mijara Soroka, PSO to Chief Logistics.
Good morning, Chair and the members of SCOPA. I am Ms. Kosana, Governance, Risk and Compliance Log Division.
Thank you, Minister.
thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, if I understood you right, you want me to speak to first throughout and then we'll have engagement after. And let me upfront admit, because I thought I'd ask the department to bring Denel, because up to now, if Denel doesn't fall under us, I've just had engagements with them to get to know, to get their documents, but it's not an area in which we have started working. So I will not be able to, without them, I will not be able to honestly, sensibly engage with them because we don't have an official status or responsibility around them. So we're meeting them just to understand what their work is doing, what the work that they're doing. And I'm surprised that, I don't know, Secretary, why we didn't get Denel itself, the CEO of Denel, to come, because they still don't report to us, so I can't answer for them. But I can speak to the other areas under our spend chair.
Okay, so let's do this, Minister. Let's deal with your statement. We are going to deal with Denel's absence here. They're not here right now. So let's deal with the matters that you prepared to cover. Then what we conversation we'll have is understanding the issues of the delegation of authority and when and why not yet. And secondly, why Denel is not here, notwithstanding, because the invitation was extended to them as well.
No, thank you very much, Chair. So I'll just speak to the points that were identified that we should leave them up, which was about the budgeting of the Department of Defense. And Chair, up front, have to say there have been major problems, not only in defense, but in government in terms of austerity measures. You will note that I think all committees come to you that your major human resource departments are highly hit by the haircuts. Education, health, and defense, because they're labor intensive. And the defunding has affected us badly, and that's what we're reporting on. We're giving that we are really in a very difficult, it places us in a very difficult situation in many respects, and you will see even from our performance because of the funding problems. I mean, in the audit report, we have a 3 billion underspending because overspending just on HR, because we were told not to, and that's one area which was targeted. We are looking at measures as to how to compensate for that, because we just can't complain and keep on spending. There are measures that government had put in place, Chair, in terms of early retirement to make sure that we can really release your older staff, which is highly paid, and use rejuvenating program to be able to create space. And I can tell you, Chair, it has worked in education. We're able to release your teachers, which were about your 55 and above, without them losing anything. And it gives you an opportunity to get younger people to regenerate your staff, but also allows you to really recruit people that you pay sometimes 2/3 of what you would have paid the older staff, and it allows you to really have a space to play around with the budget. And we're looking at that, and I was quite surprised when I came to the department that their early retirement program has not worked as well to compensate for that, but we're admitting that it is a problem, and we are constantly engaged with it. But the underfunding has not only affected us in terms of HR, it has affected us in many areas where we can't service our equipment, which means, for instance, in the Air Force, instead of having 6 airplanes, we have maybe 4 working. It reduces the number of flying hours that we can give to our people. If we don't have enough money to service our boats and ships, it means there's less time for people to be trained or to be in the sea, and which not only affects us in terms of our capacity, but it also affects the contribution of defense to the country, because most pilots were trained in the defense force, most sailors were trained in the defense force. So it is a matter. What I can say, Chair, we are constantly engaged with Treasury. At the last Lekgotla, there was an agreement that ourselves, health and education are going to get the higher priority. So we're looking at that when the budget comes to say, now that the focus is going to save these departments, because as I've just indicated, it affects every other area of our work when we're underfunded. So it is an area of great concern also to us, but it's an area that we're constantly engaged. Our HOD is in constant communication with Treasury to see how we can really save the department, because it is a serious problem. The second point, Chair, you wanted us to speak about was defense deployment and unfunded mandates. Again, Chair, without apologizing on the department, the nature of the department sometimes is forced to have unfunded deployments. When police have to deal with Zamazamas, it's not part of our plan. We get requested to go and support them, and we spend money. We had requested money from the Kara Fund, which is supposed to have dealt with illegal mining. We had applied, for instance, we spent 320, we're given 150 because it's not even funded from the police budget. If we have to go to Mozambique, it's not something that we plan, and therefore it becomes an unfunded mandate, but there's no way you can say you are going to Mozambique when things are spilling out, because you know problems in Mozambique are going to affect you as a country in terms of your own security, but in terms of your well-being. The majority of people who are, for instance, in the Zamazama were foreigners. So when something happens in your borders, you have to jump quickly because it's going to impact on the work we do. So we do find ourselves in many instances dealing with unfunded mandates. Even deployments, as you say, defense deployments, decisions get taken. For instance, the decision to extend, for instance, summit years was taken in December. It's not part of our plan, but it gets taken at SADC by heads of department. It comes to parliaments to say we felt the need. Parliament agrees, but it's not in our budget. It will only come in the next financial year. So sometimes it's the nature of our work which forces us into unfunded mandates. So most of the things that we do sometimes are not part of what we would have planned to do, but are things that we are forced to do. Then the other ones, which were landward defense and air defense, I'll ask you, Chief of Defense, to speak about it. But as I say, it is a major problem. And this also comes to Denel. It's one of the things I'd gone to Denel to talk about when we got the report that we had ordered landward vehicles from them or get them repaired, and it's taking too long. Because the weaknesses in Denel affect us also as a department, because they are our arm that is supposed to empower us, but we'll speak to that later. Same with Air Force. What we have done, because even military says without strong Air Force, we're weak. So capability Air Force is very central even for our performance. So what we've done, we have been given money. Chief of Defense will speak to it, but we've also reprioritized within our budget to assist the Air Force, and there is work undergoing in that area in terms of repairs. We've had problems with spares. Again, it comes back to Denel, because Denel is the one that is supposed to help us with maintenance, but I can say it's receiving our attention. The same with maritime, because the first point around defunding affects everything that we do. It affects our capabilities, but it also affects our capacity to train, but it also affects our capacity to perform maximally. And there is work that is happening. We have already acquired multi-mission inshore patrol vessels, which are going to become operational, available during the first quarter of 2024, 25, 26, and the combat support may be available during the second quarter. So again, is seeking ways also to extend and diversify access to spares. Because that's the other problem. When I went to the shipyard, Chair, I did find some of our vessels, some 90 years old, were built by the South African Defence Force. Those factories are closed. No spares are no longer available. So working with other countries like China, which have very advanced engineering, to come and really look at our equipment and help us to re-engineer. Because some of the spares we can't find in the country, but some of them, most of our equipment, which is a problem, with the weakness in Denel, we buy overseas, and it takes forever. There would have been instances where we've ordered spares 8 months ago, they've not arrived. So it is another area of great concern. Hence, I agree that we need to give full attention and support to Denel and make sure that it has the capacity to help us. On SAMS is one of the areas, Chair, which we have to admit that there are problems. I've visited all the SAMS hospitals. I've gone to military 1, 2, and 3, and there are problems that, I mean, the Free State one, you spend more money outsourcing because the lift is not working. We're waiting for the tender to open. So 8 months, the process is incomplete. In the meantime, you're not able to function. So that also just administrative difficulties in the department. We're trying to work with Treasury to say sometimes they have to allow us to really procure when there's an emergency, like a lift in a hospital is an emergency. Otherwise, you can't function. But the worst one, which we found, from in military one was a contract that had been given and was not, when we found it was, the hospital was not completed. You found that there was equipment which was, as they were renovating, they were buying equipment. By the time they finished this work, that equipment had become obsolete. And that's why, again, we're reporting that we've had to really donate some of the equipment because quite clearly from the progress that is happening, they won't be able to be on time. But I can assure you again, Chair, that I've worked, because it's a contract that we work on with Department of Public Works, and I'm in communication with the chairperson, with the minister, to help me fast track that, because it is a big problem. It's affecting the hospital in many ways. Some of the key facilities of the hospital are dependent on that part which was going to be renovated. But as I say, I am getting support from the new minister, and we're looking at that. The AXA report, Chair, you said we have already gotten. Yes, you're quite right. When you come to the department, the first thing you want to get is a strategic plan and your and the audit report. And it was really taking us aback. And as a result, we've agreed with the colleagues, section by section, to have every colleague just looking at the section and have your audit remedial programs. Again, we can report about areas that came from the audit and what are the things that we're doing to sort out the audit. One of the things which I think I repeat problematic with the Defence Force is that sometimes a sensitive environment where I think historically they don't declare in other areas, and I think OAG for the first time is not taking it easily. So we are saying with regards to sensitive environment, AG qualified the Department of Defense on 0.6% of the entire DoD expenditure on a yearly basis due to a limitation placed on them to fully access this sensitive environment due to that information being classified. So it's a matter that we've not resolved with the AG, but the AG feels quite strongly. So what we've done is that Defense Intelligence reports to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence on their activities, and Defense Intelligence and AXA are in discussions on how to manage the audit of information without harming the sensitive nature thereof. So it's something that has not been resolved, but it is an issue that we are qualified on. On asset management, we're saying we're taking actions to improve the stock-taking process and to improve funding for personnel and other required resources. We have developed action plans for each of the audit qualifications. That's the point that I've made, that as soon as we came in, then I said to DM, so you focus on this, I'll focus on the hospital, to make sure that we really get out of the qualified audit space. Because it even makes it difficult, and I did say to colleagues, it makes it even difficult for us to go and plead for more money. You can't have fruitless expenditure of 9 billion and go to Treasury to ask them to give you 10 billion. Treasury just does not look kindly at it. And I said to them, for us to be able to make a case for us to be properly funded, we have to clean our house and be able to account for every money we have so that Treasury can begin to look at us. So on AG matters, so with regards to the procurement of equipment for military one and military hospitals, there are remedial actions which have been initiated. As I say, I'm speaking to my colleague. The equipment at military one hospital is under auction by AMSCO because it has become obsolete. This contract has gone, I'm told, the renovation beyond 5 years? More. Yeah, that's why the equipment has become obsolete. And it's a tender that is being run for us by Public Works. It's not in our control, and yeah. So we're saying action plans have been developed by service and divisions to ensure that there are no further findings. On the strengthening, the point you wanted is point 5, on strengthening defense governance and accountability. Again, we want to acknowledge as a department that it also incurred unauthorized expenditure and irregular expenditure due to control weaknesses. So as much as I say the deployments are out of our control, but we also picked up that there are areas that we also dropped the ball. And for me, one of the biggest issues is the way defense is still paper-based. I was quite horrified when I got there. I said to them, even in education, dealing with small children, we started going to ICTs. But it's still paper-based, so we have created the capacity to help digitize defense. It will help us to manage quite a number of things where we are bleeding. Your management of leave, your travel. So there are lots of small areas, but which accumulatively makes lots of area where we lose money. So we are also agreed that we have to capacitate and train our procurement functionaries. So that's one area where we want to admit, Chair, that there are issues. And then ICT systems, I've just referred to that the current defense ICT management systems are old, unsustainable, and can collapse anytime. They are unable to support modern corporate governance. And that's why we have a dedicated unit, because that's the first thing I said. I was saying to colleagues, Chair, for the first time now I'm dragging the advocate's bag, because I can't get my communication from even because things are not digitized. But we're looking at that. And then General will speak on the acquisition of HEF-ESTA, which is also your infantry vehicles to replace the old Rattle vehicles, which has been in service since 1976. As I say, as a country, we're lucky we inherited a very good infrastructure from the old system, but with the collapse of Denel and also weaknesses in the department, we've not been able to do much. So we say that Denel Land Systems, it was contracted in May 2007. However, the project was delayed for various reasons over 10 years, with an amount of 6.6 billion being paid to Denel for land systems. And that's the other thing which had sent me to go and talk to Denel to say, how do we really resolve this? So again, we are saying there's a problem. And the non-compensation of employees, I've just indicated, Chair, that we have these haircuts which affected the compensation of employees, because when people are employed, you can't say you won't pay them. They're there. And the system that defense was using for early retirement did not, I don't think it's yielding any results. And as a result, it's also affecting our REACH innovation program. Because I've seen in other departments, it works very well. You release your staff which is about to leave in any case, which is ready to leave. You have your most experience in the middle, so you're not losing the skills that you require. You're able to bring younger people who come with new skills, but also new ideas, which really keeps your system going. It allows you space for younger people. So we are saying the resolution of the above, especially on the personnel, is to recalibrate our CEO budget by National Treasury with a factual fit on the ground. And again, that's one area of pressure that we have. And again, you did say you had reports on consequence management. I'm not saying it's an excuse, but it's a strange thing I found in the department. You have the Secretary for Defense, you have your defense, your uniform sections. People in uniform are not disciplined by your secretariat, the civilians. So they have their own system, their own codes, and their own process of how to deal with their people. And sometimes when it's studied, it affects you, but it's their own processes. What we've agreed with the Chief of Defense, with the Secretary of Defense, and that we have to harmonize and make sure that the problems that we sometimes experience here are expedited. If there are capacity issues, we assist them. So we have been appointing quite a number of judges now for the defense side to be able to fast-track their defense disciplinary matters, but it still continues to be a problem of problem. So again, Chair said that we spoke, you have also had received reports on SIU, and we are saying 4 civilian employees were cited in 2 reports, 3 have been dismissed, and 1 is on disciplinary pending. But again, we can speak on that. We say 11 South African National Defense members were charged through the military justice system to the PEP matter and appeared before a military court. As I said, it's a different system because they are in uniform. And their cases are ongoing, and Hawks are also seized with the PEE matter. But as I say, it's a parallel system. In terms of remedial action, we say the Chief of Defense Force has been instructed to fast-track the Board of Inquiry and ensure full compliance with the recommendations of these investigative bodies and hold members accountable. It is the commander's responsibility to initiate the disciplinary process or register a criminal proceeding with the South African Police Service or military police. Thereafter, the disciplinary system or criminal justice system must take its course. And that's why I say that it's a muddy area, but we have agreed to harmonize so that this side does not affect negatively the other side. For me, one of the most exciting things I found in the department, it's there, and I'm glad the head of policy, it's that we have what we call the journey to greatness, which I think it's a beautiful product, and with time it will be great for us to take it through. So we have the work in progress that we've done. It's a draft defense capstone policy concept for the Republic of South Africa, and we've been engaging with the presidency as the chief CIC. We
Order,
have
Chair.
also...
Sorry?
Chair, this is not the first committee meeting where I've seen this minister waffle at the expense of accountability. Could we bring this to a close? We can ask her some piercing questions.
Honorable Beck, I am the one who's chairing the meeting. It's inappropriate of you to instruct me on how to chair the meeting. You can raise the same issue after the minister is done, please.
Okay, so Chair, I'll hurry quickly so that really I don't abuse the opportunity that I've been given. So in terms of the long-term defense trajectory, the work discussed how to grow the defense spending. As I say, firstly, we want to stabilize the current force. Secondly, to reconfigure certain defense capabilities to meet our priorities. And thirdly, to develop a future force with significant major combat capability. And again, what we're also looking at under item 9, you said we should speak to, it's seeking a substantial balance of sustainability within the defense force. In terms of industry, as I say, when we arrived in the department, the Arms Corps didn't have a board for more than 3 months, so we have since appointed the chair, and they're fast-tracking matters that are still outstanding from this last one. And as I said, as much as Denel is not yet in our reporting to us, but we're trying to work with them, get them to negotiate money for them to be assisted to get a turnaround, because it is a very important strategic department for the department if we have to improve our capabilities. So, Chair, for the Defense Force, maybe I should stop at that, if you allow me to quickly go to DMV. Chair, up front, we want to acknowledge that there's dysfunctionality in that department, and that I think we have, it's not in dispute. For many years, it's been operating in a very poorly structured and incapacitated department, and it has given a rise to institution that does not respond to its mandate. Since taking over DMV, we have adopted an attitude of addressing the challenges faced by the department, regardless of the historical context. With regards to the findings of the Auditor General, it is a mixed bag of results, where there remains many challenges. Some of the interventions have started to yield positive outcomes. As I said, there's been a collapse in the management of the defense. There's no HOD. Here there was an acting. The second layer of DDGs, there's only one DDGs full-time. Then there are not. So there's a complete dysfunctionality where you find that the leadership, there's no leadership in the department. So we've advertised for the post of the DG. We hope to appoint by March, and then go to the next layer, appoint the DDGs, and then get a management committee which will assist you to be able to do the things that you're supposed to do. We've been in a number of strategic meetings with them just to salvage what is there and make sure that things function. We have given an indication of the vacancies that are there, challenges that are there in the DMV, but and we have made several interventions in the meantime, Chair, because as I say, we want to admit upfront that there's high levels of dysfunctionality. We have developed a matrix of interventions to implement plans. We have gone to a strategic planning with them to monitor and evaluate their systems. As you can hear also, there was a member of the audit, because even the audit, the finance section had collapsed. We had to source in audit capacity to keep the department going, and it is beginning to yield results. On the structure, we're working with the Department of DPSA to help us fix the organogram, and they're also assisting us with the with appointment of the senior leadership. In terms of just getting the turnaround, we're working with Palama. They've been assisting us also to pull the department together. As I said, there's concurrence with the DPSA that we have to appoint the Internal Audit Risk and Risk Management Committee. And as I said, the Audit Committee has assisted us, because as much as the department only got qualification the past 2 years, but it's not, I mean, the policies are, and we can spend lots of time, the policies are not acceptable. The structure is a 2010 structure, which is not aligned to the objectives. The staff that is there has been coming in different phases. It's staff that is not necessarily fit for purpose, but they are there, so we have to see what to do with them. But it is a department that we have to admit from the word-go has challenges, and that's why there's lots of noise about it. But on the other hand, I can assure the committee that we're seized with issues of fixing the department once and for all, because it does affect the livelihoods of people who are highly vulnerable and who need all the support that we can, and that's why we're giving the attention that we're giving. Chair, let me stop at that, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm going to, before I hand over to the members, I'm going to share with you and your team my overall assessment of what the Auditor General and the SIU have told us, and I'm going to deal with it thematically. The first is a chronic underfunding issue. We don't need to relitigate that. I think it's established, and previous ministers of defense have said so. But then we get a concern immediately thereafter, because there are certain consequences that both arise from it, but also what appears to be a collapse in governance and leadership right across the estate. And if I am incorrect in any of the assertions that I'm going to make, please say so. It's part of the discussion. And I'd like to you to comment specifically, even on the unfunded mandates. The first, Minister, is that there appears to be a collapse of governance systems right across the board. Whether you're looking at the Department of Defense, you're looking at the Department of Military Veterans, and even Denel itself, to the extent that repeated cycles of audit outcomes and suggested remedial actions seemingly have not been adhered to at all. That demands a very specific thing, Minister, and that is consequences. And I hate the term consequence management, accountability. Somebody or a group of people need to be held accountable for the train wreck that the Auditor General has continuously highlighted to Parliament. So that's on an overall basis. The second, there appears to be a collapse of strategic procurement, especially in the Department of Defense, where the Department of Defense and the Defense Forces procure goods or services which do not yield the benefit that was expected of it. There's a procurement to Cuba, for instance. There's the medical equipment. There is the procurement of the armored vehicles and so on. It's too long a period for that kind of money to have been spent, and Denel have not delivered, and there's been no accountability for it at all. So there's a strategic procurement problem. There is an unfunded mandates issue. And I'm going to use street language to characterize the problem. You end up robbing Peter to pay Paul within the department, which leads to the unauthorized expenditure in terms of your personnel costs, because you spend on your reserve force. And we were told, unless I speak under correction, that some of the expenditure that was supposed to go to the armored vehicles ended up being used for personnel costs. That is a terrifying thing to witness or to receive a report on, because in the defense environment, I don't need to tell you and your senior officers here, every decision has deadly consequences in that people can die. And people do die. So when you see these shifts where things appear to be messy in this way, it is deeply concerning, and I'd like you to comment on it. I'd like you, Minister, to particularly comment on the unfunded mandates, because there was a judgment. It emanated from the Department of Military Veterans. I think the DG knows about this. The wellness contract that went to the Supreme Court of Appeal, where the Supreme Court of Appeal said it is unlawful for government agencies and departments to commit themselves to obligations for which they know there is no money. That, unfortunately, forces us, Minister, to go into some of your understanding of that policy area, because I don't think it's enough to say that decisions get taken elsewhere, to commit troops elsewhere. If there is no appropriation through Parliament or reorganization of the budget one way or another, we can't just sit on our hands here and say the President has decided in a SADC meeting to commit the defense forces to something for which there is no money, and later on potentially people die and there are adverse audit outcomes. What I'm trying to say is it's not a normal thing that we can sit here and say, and our job is to take up the issue with the President if we must, but it's something that it appears cannot continue on its face. But there is also a judgment on the table that says, do not commit yourself to things for which you know there is no money. And what we see is that continuously, this government as a whole, the Commander-in-Chief in particular, and Cabinet in general, whenever there is something to be responded to, they will call on the defense forces and provide nothing for it. I think it's got serious operational capability as well as just legal consequences, in that it means even right at the top, decisions are taken without regard for what the law says. And I'd like to get a sense of your response to that, Minister, because it's not something the committee intends to leave The Auditor General also favored the committee with a long memorandum, expressing frustration about mismatch that you referred to in about the level of accountability that the Secretary of Defense able to extract out of the officer corps in the Department of Defense, in the SANDF and so on. Because some of the procurement decisions emanate from there, and there are serious problems, even requiring an SIU investigation. And it appears, Minister, that the senior officers drag their feet or pay civilian oversight no mind at all. And Minister, in our constitutional civilian oversight, the Commander-in-Chief in the form of the President is a civilian. It is a misnomer for anyone to therefore present that anyone appointed by the President, such as the Secretary of Defense, does not have the authority to carry out oversight the executive function is supposed to do in terms of our law. And I'd like the senior officers here to also comment on that, because it is a serious problem. And the final point I want to make, Minister, is about the Department of Military Veterans as a whole. And I want to be thankful because the document that was submitted to the committee, at least in my assessment, was a lot more frank about, so I'm not going to relitigate it. But Mr., it's a train wreck. DMV is a train wreck. It's not even a slow train wreck, it's a serious train wreck. And I'm going to come to Denel just, it's a serious train wreck. And I think the committee and the South African public deserves more, and hopefully when we get to questions from the members, so we'll get more specific responses in terms of what is going to be done to reform the department. The last thing I want to deal with, Minister, relates to Denel and AMSCO. Here's my assessment. I think if we are going to continue with this model, where there are these agencies that are supposed to carry out certain tasks, and correct me if I'm wrong, AMSCO is the procurement arm, and Denel does the supply. Both of them, missed in plain language, are failing at their mandate. They're as good as not there. They're as good as not there. The question is, how long do we wait? They get fiscal allocations, they don't perform their mandate. the dockyard has not been able to do what it needs to the extent that I think we are in a seriously vulnerable situation security-wise as a country. And so, Minister, we are looking at it. I want to propose to you is insufficient as an answer. And we need more specific responses. I would like you to respond, and for some of your colleagues, if that's how you've prepared to respond to this, usurping the allocation of one of the members who's not here. And then I will hand over to the members to ask their own questions. Thank you.
Yeah, colleagues will assist me. Let me take the easier ones. Then we'll get the colleagues to assist. Chair, without being defensive, I wouldn't say in the defense force there are challenges, but collapse of governance, I think it should be taking it far. I really don't think so. I found that there's very strong leadership in terms of even strategic leadership. You have well qualified and very dedicated people working there. So there could be weakness, there could be challenges, but I wouldn't say there's a collapse. In DMV, I've acknowledged upfront. I was also taken aback myself when I got there that it's a structural problems, staff problems, very toxic environment, Chair, where even members of parliament are able to go and convene a meeting at DMV and give them instructions. It's a chaotic space that we find ourselves, and that's why I'm saying we're seized with the DMV. There are problems, and what worse still is that it's a department that affects very important people that have to be serviced. So there I will agree, and I think we're acknowledging, and that's why we're putting all plans and working as government to assist, because even on our own, we were not able to do. That's why we're bringing Palama, Department of Public Service and Administration, their training capacities, but also to get people. And hence, we have an external audit company to come and really run our books because of that problem. So that we're admitting. In terms of strategic procurement, Chair, maybe we can speak about AMSCO. As I said, when I got there, I found that AMSCO had no board, but that's not the only problem there. We've been discussing with the Chief of Defense. Their pace, also the sense of emergency that they sometimes attend to. So if because they're the ones who have to procure for us. So if spares are not here, they'll keep on giving you the same explanation without necessarily themselves, even if it means they have to send a way of doing that. The procurement of the Cuba medication, it's a matter that has been under discussion for a long time from my predecessors. I think there's been findings on it. Maybe colleagues want to talk to that. On Denel, Chair, and I'm sorry that Denel is not here. For me, Denel, it's a national strategic entity, which you need as a country. We've inherited a very good structure in Denel. And I think our responsibility, not only for us as the defense, even Treasury, is to save Denel because it has huge potential for job creation. And I think that's why Cabinet has agreed again to give them money to turn around. And it's not as if Denel, the current Denel is not making money. The current Denel is paying old debts. The debts that the old Denel, the previous leadership would have taken money for arms and didn't deliver on those arms. And then you have to pay the monies that are owed. And that's been one of the shortcomings around Denel. But without going to the issues of Denel, now my point is that it is a very important strategic asset, national asset, even to sell arms to the country, to generate money for the country, because it has a huge potential. There are huge contracts that we're chasing through Denel, which we are, and I can't develop, which we're being able to succeed to get, but they are still, as you say, capacity prone, but it's a very big, very important asset, and it is able to generate money. It's just that it has its legacy problems which keep on taking it back. And I think when they come in, the new leadership of Denel, when they come and present to you, you'll get a different picture about Denel. The unfunded mandate, you're quite right, Chair, and I just think maybe it's the nature of the space. Because if there's an outbreak in Mozambique, you're not going to wait for Parliament. You have to go and intervene immediately. Because the problems of Mozambique are going to spill onto your country. And it's an unfunded mandate. So we can debate it as long as we can. I think it's something that we have to do. So I found that defense is unlike in education where you plan when you're going to write exams, when you're going to mark papers, how many markers. So it's a straight plan that you can have. But here you have to deal with emergencies, as you correctly say, which affects lives. And you can't wait for the usual processes. If I have to go and evacuate the remains, I can't wait for Parliament. I have to go and do it, right? So there are also areas where you would expect that scope after some time, after we've explained, to say, how did we get into this unfunded and say it was an emergency? You'll get SCOPA to condone, to say there was no waiting. So it's true, you can't go and be a SADC member, take a decision in December in SADC and say, I'm waiting for the parliamentary process. So I don't want to defend that, but I say, Chair, we may differ, so I don't want
Can I clarify myself, Minister? So
Okay.
I'm highlighting a different problem.
Okay.
I understand that if there is something that we need to respond to as a country now, we must. However, it cannot be that for the rest of the financial year, there is absolutely no discussion about how it's going to be paid for. And it's allowed to stay like that forever and a day. So there is no point at which in the future an appropriation is made or an amendment to the defense budget vote is then made to take account for what the defense forces have then had to do in the interim. That process, Minister, I think you have to admit, never takes place. It's like people think the money is going to fall from trees, and if we don't talk about it, it didn't happen. And we end up with a kind of shortfall. If we tallied, Minister, the expenditure, and the Defense Secretary has been kind enough to itemize the instances of unfunded mandate. They run into hundreds of millions, if not almost $1 billion.
to assist that department. We also do get the reimbursement, members will be aware, from either if it's a UN mission, you will get it from the UN. Back to Cuba. With ANO, the weakness that was identified by the Auditor General is that the cost of the return on investment, we were paying more than what you would pay if you were to procure internally. And the former Minister of Defense then instructed the MCC to review the contract and to make sure that the contract is it addresses the concerns and the findings that were raised by the Auditor General. So that has been done, but I leave it to General Ramanswane to talk more on that. What I can, and then the SIU, there are two reports that we have on the SIU. It's the PPEs, and we have taken action on the PPEs. We did indicate in the report that we submitted that about 2 civilians or 3 civilians were dismissed, and one is pending the case. And then in the military, it's in the military justice system. Members should just understand that you have public service personnel, which we call PSEPs, Public Service Act personnel, as well as the DEP, which is the Defense Act personnel. Those are the military. We have two very different dispensations when it comes to discipline. With the civilian or PSEPs, it's quite a bit faster because you can suspend and then you can take an internal process disciplinary-wise whilst the matter is still in court. Whereas with the military, you have to investigate first. You cannot suspend until you have done an investigation. Now, the witness sometimes, or what we see as a witness, is that they must, in most cases, have a board of inquiries, and those board of inquiries are, in most cases, very slow. The Adjutant General has made an undertaking that he will try to beef up the skills, because sometimes it's more the capacity to investigate and then to hold these boards of inquiries. So the slowness in the military justice system is, before you even go to the military courts, they must finish, the boards of inquiries must finish the investigations. Chair, I'm not going to comment about Denel, except that from our side, because it's coming to the department, I am engaged working with the presidency to make sure that the administrative part of it is taken care of. We are on track with that. We are receiving 13 personnel from the erstwhile Department of Public Enterprises. They will be joining the Department of Defense, and that is on track. As for their work, I can't comment on it because it's a Schedule 2 company, and I don't have authority to even invite them to any form of meeting. And so I just want to a little bit address the issue of, because it was raised by the SIU in the report that they gave you, and it has been raised differently by the Auditor General, and the role of the sector for the Secretary for Defense. Now, while the Secretary for Defense has overall oversight, and it has been accepted by the military, I think it is not fair to say that they are not accepting the authority. The only time where you will have challenges is only what is in the Defense Act, and that is in terms of discipline. It doesn't mean that I can't tell the Chief of Defense Force or any military member that I'm not happy with APC. I can, but I cannot go and institute charges against them. So it might come across as, no, the Secretary for Defense does not have control, which is not true, except that I cannot go into the military courts with it. I think I must just, and I did, and I think it's important for members to understand, because in what was presented to you by the SIU, it was put in a very negative light that the military is ignoring the Secretary for Defense. They put it so much, I think I'm paraphrasing. I did call and say, well, on what basis are you making this statement? So they said to me, no, it's because we have gone to CLOC. Now, CLOC is our procurement arm. So they had been making investigations. They walked in there. They wanted files. And they said we were sent by Secretary for Defense. And because they did not notify them in time, those people did not know that they are coming. Now, the military is command and control. You don't walk in and demand. I have to tell you that you must expect the Auditor General, or you must expect the SIU. They are working on this file. Please give them access to the files. And if they are notified in time, there is no problem. But if they walk in there, obviously they are not going to get help. So I think I should just end it now and allow the Lieutenant General to talk about Wolf Aster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just need to add slightly where the SecDef has left it. To be quite honest, Chairperson, it is shocking for me, being in uniform, to hear the fact that the military refuses to subject itself under the Secretary for Defense. I want to say this. Whether the Chief of the Defense Force is present or is not present, myself and the Secretary for Defense are in constant communication on issues of the Department of Defense. And we act and we support the Secretary for Defense, and we then inform the Chief of the Defense Force that we did XYZ. Some of the things, because of the weight that they carry, I may not even have to tell you. It's just my responsibility as the most senior officer to ensure the SecDef is supported in her mandate. So that area for me is quite painful, and I just need to say that we had never worked that way in the military. And thank you for that one. I just need to say the SecDef did indicate we are not far apart on the issues of consequence management. We are not far apart in the sense that we refuse to take consequence management. Just one of the examples that the SecDef has given, I mean, we have charged senior officers. Even the retired right now are being called back to come and account for something they are being called in certain courts. In the document, we did indicate, if we're talking PPEs, that there are 11 of them that have already appeared before, and I'm talking about senior officers. They've already appeared before the court. Now, here is a challenge about the court process. The court process takes its own course. Once a matter is a sub judice, we do not intervene, because the military courts are no different. Of course, they are military courts, but the process they follow, you cannot interfere with that. You allow that court process to go, and the court process gets completed in the way that it is going to be run. But here is the thing, Chairperson, which I think honorable members need to take note of, is the fact that we, in the military, we have looked for different ways of trying to expedite consequence management. Just to give you one simple example, repeat offenders. We have set something that was called a suitability board. And that suitability board did not see the light of the day, because then it was declared unconstitutional. We stopped that. What we did, we then went ahead, because we are interested in the speedy resolution of all these repeats offending. We went ahead, we started with a bill, which I think some honorable members might have heard about it. It is called the Military Discipline Bill. That would have empowered even the officer commanding of the unit upstream in the chain of command to be able to discipline members at the best of speed. It came to Parliament, and when it came to Parliament, it was returned back on an issue which was pointed to, it was an issue that mentioned the word civilian. And on that, it was referred back. But we are working on that, and that one will still be proceeding right now. Now, the thing is, when it gets into the justice system, yes, we can try and influence, but you are not going to say to the state attorney, hurry up or do this, but we send it to, and then we wait patiently. So I am saying, despite the court process that do not favor the military in the way that we would have liked to operate, we've been trying other mechanisms. That bill was in Parliament, and as I said, it was retained. So just for us to take note of that. Chairperson, there's one thing that I also want to emphasize, and it is the fact that Chair, I do not, I wouldn't want to blame those who fund us. I want to say this. We had never been, as we have been deploying over the years, been found to have not been given money to deploy. What happened is the most recent situation, to which, as you said, Chairperson, that how do you then go and commit the soldiers when you don't have the funding? That is the most recent situation, to our own shock. I need to express this, to our own shock. It started with illegal mining, and then we went to ESCOM, as we were busy with the infrastructure in the country. That is when this thing started. But when, with illegal mining, we were funded 150 million. And we even indicated that, but this is not what we are looking for. And we were very, very close to our estimates in terms of execution at the end of the financial year. And we did indicate to say, but this is what we indicated to you. And we were very close to our estimates. Now, ESCOM infrastructure, as you say, Chairperson, you know, when South Africans are crying and they are looking for their defense force, and this defense force is going to sit back, that is a day, Chairperson, we don't have a defense force. I can state it anytime. South Africans are going to be looking for their defense force, and the defense force sit back. That is the day you don't have a defense force. You know what is that defense force doing? It is even setting precedents. Precedents to say the next generation of generals can say to our political masters, and can say to the commander-in-chief, I'm not going. That is what we are saying. But what did we do as the defense force? We then went into the smaller budget that we have, and we reprioritized, understanding the implications of that reprioritization. Why? Because if the South Africans are in the situation in which they are, and you then have a defense force that says, no, but we are not going, it's setting wrong precedents, and I wouldn't want to see the SANDF behaving in that fashion, at least as long as I'm serving. So I want to say, Chair, on that one, I really want to put it that way. Now, Chair, the issues around Denel, I think the honorable members that are sitting here knows now the situation of Denel. And we shouldn't waste time to explain the situation of Denel. But for me, suffice to say, where is our pain? The loss of IP is the biggest pain. And that is an area we always speak to management. How can we undo this thing? Can you do your best to undo this thing? The other capacity, the ability to do things, Chair, it's just it's within Denel. And if we are sitting, Denel we know has been under DPMA. So they are best situated to speak about that. But from my side, as a member of the South African National Defense Force, when I have equipment that has to run, I want them to run. And that's where we are. So I don't think Denel, it will be fair to waste your time on Denel when the situation is known. I don't know everything else, Chairperson. Project Tusano, I just need to say with Project Tusano, it has been reviewed. We've done that. We were directed by the minister. We reviewed Project Tusano, and it has now been reviewed. Just to give you a snapshot of what is contained in the new contract. We have removed all the things that had to do with vocational training in Cuba. We have said, let us put them within foreign learning opportunities, as we always do with other sister countries that we've got bilateral relations with. And that's what we did. So what then you find is that, yes, we are going to have Cubans for some good reasons who will be with us, and they will be assisting us in terms of certain areas. The Army is the biggest beneficiary. And at some point, if this committee so wishes, the committee can go and visit one of the areas in Bloemfontein, where we can take the committee through a dedicated day to take the committee through to say, this is what has happened with Project Tucson. I want to submit, Chairperson. If there's anything that I've left out, we can be reminded so that we respond. Thank you, Chair.
I am not going to, I don't want to monopolize any more of the time. I think, once again, I'm not suggesting the Defence Force refuses lawful orders. I am saying the financial loop must close. That's all. We can't leave things hanging. And then 80% is reimbursed and 20% is missing. Nobody does anything about it. That's my point. So, Honorable Atkinson, so in our schedule, you're up.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, just 1 sec.
Now, good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone. No, Chair, there hasn't been a full account on what's happening with Denel before we start, because as far as we know that everything that was under DPME is now in its line functions, and Denel is under defense. We have been told that, and we are also under that impression. Can we get a full account of where is Denel, where is it accounting, and what is the relationship between where Denel was, which is the presidency, and the minister, and how are they going to get control of Denel? Thank you.
Can I answer? They have to answer because it's a process that they are managing with the presidency. But as we have indicated up to now, we don't have control of Denel's department. My meetings with them, which I've met their board, was they get to know, prepare when the handover is here, that we have an understanding of the work that they're doing. In the meantime, through the presidency, we've been assisted. For instance, we had to go and look for contracts elsewhere. I was requested by the president to accompany them, but they don't necessarily report to me up to until end of May, or May. From April. Yeah, so
Minister, so I think the answer, I mean, I don't think it needs a Secretary of Defense. Let me maybe break down the issue this way, and I didn't want to have a back and forth for an hour and then I'm the only one who's talking. But I've made a note of this here. The question is there a legal process that must still take place so that you have full oversight, authority over Denel? What is that legal process? Is that the issue? Is there simply an administrative lag somewhere where things that are supposed to happen have not yet happened? What are those issues and so on? Because what then happens, what then it feels like is that Denel are now in no man's land because we no longer have a Minister of Public Enterprises anymore. So who do they account to right now? That's the question. Because you also couldn't tell them to be here and they're not here. And we've got making arrangements here to get them here. But the point I'm making is something appears broken here. Can you clarify us on what that is?
No, even in terms of their presence, when I looked at the questions, I did ask the department, has Denel been invited? And that's why I was surprised when they were not here. Because I had thought that the board, the CEO would have answered. But SecDef will tell, when we say what is on track, because we said we are on track in terms of the administrative processes of transferring Denel to the Department of Defense, which are not complete by now. The relationships that we have with them are informal relationships as an agent that is going to come to us. Even when I meet them as a minister who's anticipating their coming and preparing for their coming, but not even to go through their audit reports, get them accountable, because they still don't account to me. Maybe SecDef can explain where the process is in terms of the administrative processes.
Thank you, Minister. Again, with all the transferring departments, there is a project which is now still in the presidency, and it is chaired by the DG in the presidency. Denel still is in DPME. What we have done, Minister, you'll remember, we submitted papers for you to co-sign with the minister in the presidency, because the receiving department and the sending department, in this case, because DPE is not there, the sending department is now the minister in the presidency. So administratively, I repeat, we are on track. I have provided some documents to the minister that needed to be co-signed by the two, agreeing on what will be transferred to the department. We are on track with National Treasury as well, because National Treasury has to reallocate into defense, as from the beginning of the financial year, that budget that was supposed to be for staff in DPE. They will be transferring that to us. So administratively, we are in communication with National Treasury in terms of documentation that is required and the submissions. We are I'm working with the minister in those that need minister's signature. So administratively, we are on track. I must say that. I cannot answer on the actual function of what Denel is doing until they come in, but administratively, we are on track for them to be in defense as at the beginning of the financial year.
Okay, so let me ask a direct question. Where is the holdup?
The plan is not our plan. We work according to the timelines provided by the lead, and the lead is the presidency. So they tell us by this time you should have done that, by this time you should have done that, by 1st of April you must be ready. So there is no hold. It's a process that is outlined, because there is a rule into how you transfer a function. You don't just say, just because the president has said, then it happens now. You need to follow some processes that are outlined, and that's what we're doing.
So the responsible minister for Denel right now is Minister? So the person we need to speak to is Minister Ramkhopa. They have statutory responsibility for Denel right now. And the plan that you have in place sees you, Honorable Minister, taking over on the 1st of April. But the accountable member of the executive, as we sit here, is Minister Ramkhopa. Okay. Please make a note. So that's the person we're going to be talking to after this meeting. Thank you. Honorable Atkinson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Minister and all the members of the Defence Force who are here today. Just first of all, mentioning this issue about unfunded mandates, I know there was a judgment actually in very recently in the last couple of weeks, which actually made it illegal for there to be unfunded mandates. So legally, the President cannot actually sign anything that there is no financing for. So I was just wondering if you're able to comment on that, how that's going to, what implications that has for the Defence Force. Because obviously if the President signs something and you then operate without the money, effectively you're breaking the law. And that's, I believe, was the judgment of the court in the last couple of weeks. Okay. Then the second issue, Minister, is you talk about having to do things because of maybe what's happening in Mozambique. But my greater concern is about what is happening here. Because what we've seen in Mozambique is an attack in the northern part of Mozambique, quite likely because of the presence of gas. And there's a whole destabilization process going on up there by Al-Shabaab or whoever it is. And my great concern is what happens when that hits the Republic. Do we have a defense force that's actually capable of protecting us in South Africa? Are you confident that the army has enough resources that if one day when we find gas offshore and someone then starts to try to destabilize our country, do we have a defense force that's capable of protecting this country? So we talk a lot about the fact we don't have enough money. The one thing we do know about the experience of this government over the last 30 years, vast sums of money go into the machine and not as much comes out the other side. There's a lot kind of disappears in the middle. And if we look at a lot of government departments, we know that there's massive that there are a lot more people that are employed sometimes than we actually need to have there. So there's a lot of money being spent on things other than the actual main reason for being. And my question here is, as far as the Defence Force is concerned, what is the ratio between support staff and actual troops? So what I'm saying is, how big is our civilian contingent compared to the actual troops that we've got out in the field? And then my next question, and I'm very glad we've got the head of logistics here as well. I was very concerned to read in the paper about the fact that our troops have to make rat packs, their food packs, which are meant for as a meal, stretch over a couple of days. So how is it that we are allowing, and again, maybe the head of logistics can answer that, how are we allowing our troops to operate in the Congo if, according to what I'm reading in the newspapers, we're unable to feed them properly, and also that we don't seem to be able to have the right equipment, which then leads to those really bad pictures in the newspaper of us waving a white flag of surrender, which I think must be one of the most humiliating moments for the South African Defence Force I can possibly remember. So it's all very well to send our troops out to Mozambique. It's all very well to send them to the Congo. But we also need to be able to feed them and give them the right equipment as well. So a lot of what we've heard in this committee from the Auditor General has been about, you know, the naval dockyards where the fleet is not sailing because we don't have a functional naval dockyard that can repair the ships, or we have pilots that are out of time and we don't have enough people to be able to fly our jet fighters because they're not able to fly enough time to be able to keep their licenses current and that sort of thing. So this all goes back to a question I asked you about the effectiveness of our Defence Force. And Minister, will you be sitting in your office talking about challenges on the day that we might get attacked and be unable to defend ourselves? So I need an assurance from you that we're okay, that this country's okay, that we can feel safe and comfortable as citizens. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Minister.
Okay, well, you answer by... Chair, I think on the unfunded mandate, I've made my point, and I hear what the member is saying. Maybe USEC will talk about this case that we have lost on our capability, Chair. Again, I've said it on public, in terms of what we need as a country, ourselves. I have no doubt, again, Chief Secretary of Defense, I have no doubt, we may not have everything that we need, but we have enough capability to defend ourselves. Because even what happened in the DRC, Chair, fortunately I went there. Our attack was not because of funding of capability. For the mere fact that we could fight rebels for 8 hours, 3 days at a go, it just shows that we're even able to defend ourselves. Because if we didn't have the capacity, we could have been finished there. Our soldiers were able to fight for 8 hours, 3 days at a go. When the supplies went low, they went low because we found ourselves having to defend ourselves in an attack that we would not have anticipated as a peacekeeping force. And we were immediately able to add our supplies, even from here, exactly our capabilities. But people who perhaps are dealing with logistics and war would say, but I've been to, I've been to some of our training camps, I've been to Lihoshe. Maybe as a non-military person felt very safe. I know there are problems. The money that I always say we run short of, it's not even to go and fight outside, it's for missions that we go outside for. There's not even one mission that I got reported that we didn't have the resources we needed. In the DRC itself, all the things we committed to as a contributing country, we took. We were able to do it. All the resources that we had to pay to get Summit DRC to function, we were able to pay all the fees as part of the contributing country. Where indeed we need more money for, it's for here at home. And you're quite right to say, once we go outside and assist and be good, which we have been successful. I was surprised when I came to the department. We've been in 23 peacekeeping forces. And very successful. We can give you a report for that. But you're quite right, there's still concerning issues about the dockyard, and that's why we were open about it. the question of some of our planes not able to fly. That's why we've reprioritized the budget to get us more flying hours for our pilots and also more flying opportunities for young people that want to get into the space. We're not able to train more pilots for the country because we don't have all our planes flying. But Chair, can I ask Chief of the Secretary of Defense, because he knows the final details. I don't want to give you a half-baked story.
Okay.
And I'm just giving impressions of what I would have experienced as a department, but maybe he can speak to the final
Please, yeah,
details.
that will be very helpful. And the answer is direct. And I don't want to put words in Honorable Atkinson's mouth. However, when they fly the Air Force, the amount of flying hours have dropped off by more than 80%. And the Navy's sea time has dropped by more than 85% over a less than a decade period. That question that the member is asking, so it comes from the audit outcomes themselves. So an answer that begins, Minister, with yes is not comforting, because the audit outcome itself and the Auditor General says personnel are beginning to lose currencies, which is the competency to perform their work. And finally, I want to say, the Chief of the Navy, when they reported on that Simonstown incident, I used to work in communication. That statement was basically saying these people died because we've got no money. But I don't want to say that officially. That's what that statement said, in effect. So please, if you can, it's not just yes, we can. This is why, in light of the audit outcomes that we've seen. So why is the audit outcomes conclusion not correct? If the answer is yes.
Chairperson, once again, thank you very much. I had never sat in a committee of parliament and there is such a robust debate about defense. And I'm saying so because I want to say to the honorable members, I am impressed. We have been debating the issues of the defense from 2015. To date, we were not heard as the defense force. Hence, I am coming back to the issue to say I am impressed. Can I give you just the synopsis of the SANDF? For the very first time, in the midst of us being worried about budget funding, we were deployed in 3 external missions. I'm coming to the point, can we defend South Africa? 3 external missions, all at the same time as the SANDF, where our soldiers have deployed in their thousands with the landward capabilities that were required and other capabilities, of course, that we could deploy. And that is SAMI DRC, it is MONUSCO, and it is Operation Vigela. This is external. Internally, we had deployed for illegal mining, where we had soldiers once again in their thousands. If I recall correctly, I think we had in the region of about, and I speak under correction, in the region of about 2,800 or somewhere there, somewhere around that figure, 2,700. We were deployed. And we also had border safeguarding at the same time, where the soldiers are deployed in their thousands. And the collective that is sitting here should know this, because it is not a secret that we have deployed in those missions. We were there, we were deployed. So let's come back to the issue of the Navy and the South African Air Force. Here is what we do. You can go and open our planning instruments today. And our planning instruments says deployment of this much capabilities as a resource. Now, honorable members, you are asking us to say, but how are you? We have stated these things on planning instruments that we table to Parliament. And we are saying to honorable members, as a resource, this is what as a resource, it means I have got the 10 rand that I want, despite the fact that I would be needing 100 rand. So with that 10 rand, this is what I'll be able to do. And this is in our planning instruments. My sense, my take out of that is that, do we leave the Defence Force to be still saying, as a resource, that this is what I'll be able to give to you? Is that all of it? Let me say this. We are deploying 15 subunits. What is the size of the mobility packages that is there? Is it sufficient? Are honorable members happy with that? I am saying this discussion as the Defence Force, we started in 2015. And today we are sitting here and honorable members are asking us what we already said in 2015. And of course, saying in our planning instruments you can check for this financial year, it will show you what is the full cost that is required. To do exactly that, we need to keep our pilots current. Because if a pilot is not current, it talks to safety. That pilot cannot get into any other aircraft. What we are doing, though, as the Defence Force, we are not sitting and not doing anything about these kind of situations. We are partnering with other countries that have got simulators, in the case of the Air Force. And we are using their simulators to say, if they do simulation, then the soldiers, the pilots will become current. Is this a good thing for the honorable members? This is not a question that honorable members would want to throw to the Defence Force alone. And I'm saying this because our story has been made already. And we continue to make that story, to say, but what is happening? So we write it in there. And therefore, Chairperson, I am saying, just to demonstrate, the minister says, yes, we can, right? Your problem with the Defence Force is to be able to sustain your operations as long as it is possible. If that operation is going to take you 5 years, you have got an investment that is going to carry on for that long, are you going to be able, if it's going to carry on for 10 years, that you've got insurgencies, are you going to say that? The honorable members should not, and I say this thing with respect, be asking the Defence Force. The Defence Force was clear. From the, we said, this is what the Defence Review was clear. And we presented in 2 houses, Chairperson, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in 2015. And they approved. Now we are here today. Honorable members are taking, we started the discussion in 2015. So, Chair, I want to say to you, we have the ability to withstand any incursion into South Africa. And if you want to judge us by the most recent incident, I think that might just be a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give Honorable Atkinson a chance to ask a follow-up before I move on. Do you have one?
Chair, no, I think it's pretty much covered. The only question was that wasn't answered was the breakdown between the civilian part of the Defence Force and the actual soldiers fighting. So, you know, what...
And the Russians,
Yeah.
the red packs.
The red packs.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me start with the one of the Russian packs. Chairperson, it is, for instance, we've got a bigger exercise somewhere in Luata, the minister that spoke, which the minister spoke to. In the midst of this budgetary constraint, you make plans, sometimes beyond our wish. The soldiers there, we could take our logisticians and we say now, based on your own scales, what do we do in terms of the ration packs? We're not going to deny this one, because it is a fact that the soldiers, we went to a point where we say, let us build our own ration. It's not coming only from that. It's not because of the resources, if I may. Just to remind the honorable members will know that there was a year. In that year, the soldiers were sold ration packs that is expired 2 years ago. And what happened with that ration pack, there was a seal on top. And when the soldiers opened the ration pack, they then found, but this ration pack has expired. By a supplier, And then the defense was there to say, no, when it comes here, this thing stop. And the supplier was taken to court. And from that, we then said, but what about our logistics? Can we pack our own ration back to our own mass scale? And I don't see anything wrong with that. Because all the same, you're taking money to go and buy something which, if there's a chocolate that is needed, then you must buy a chocolate and put it in and package it neatly. And that is the long and the short of it. Ration packs, I think it is good. If soldiers can make their own ration pack and pack it, we can continue doing so. Then I also need to say there is, the ratio. The ratio soldiers, and let me just give it in terms of figures. We can be able to say, oh, by the way, the Chief Human Resource is sitting here. But just to cut a long story short, he will forgive me.
Please, I was going to say we need concise answers so that we don't keep you here until 5 p.m.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me give you in terms of figures. Within the civilian environment, in the portfolio of defense, we've got in the region of about 8,000 of them. Sorry, 6,000. And then the rest of them are the soldiers. I think the soldiers are in the region of about, we're talking 58,000. 62, 63. And I'm saying this, I am quoting now the figures of the CAF. So therefore then, I need to be forgiven if my figures may not necessarily be correct. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. So just so Honorable Trolip, you don't think I'm ignoring you. So we're just going to go to Honorable Skosana and then give all the members a chance, because we've got a schedule here with links to our kind of annual report and AFS streams that we have. The members are going to get an opportunity. I just want to say, General and Minister, your answer is wholly unsatisfactory, and let me explain why. And I'm not fighting. I am now using the same information that you are looking at. When the Air Force and the Defense Force, and that question from the Honorable Member was really important. When we are simply not able to fly planes and helicopters anymore, when there is an actual incursion, General, a simulator is not going to be very helpful in fighting off that attack. It's useless. All it does is to try and help someone to at least maneuver and get used to the simulations, the G-forces, and mechanically controlling the plane. But actually, no spare parts, no fuel, no mechanics, because even the mechanics themselves that are supposed to be repairing these things, because we don't have spare parts and we don't have all of these things, they're not even doing that. So they themselves are losing the currencies. And actually, the actual work that needs to be done to respond to a threat is significant right across the chain. And it might be politically incorrect in a public hearing for a military officer, senior military officer, and a minister to say, the answer is, no, we are actually scared. But that really should be the correct answer here. Looking at the data that is presented before us, we really should say that. Because poaching and all of these things from the sea, when we're not able to sail the frigates and so on, again, to Honorable Atkinson's question, if somebody brought trawlers here right along our coast, can we mobilize the hardware and the personnel to go and neutralize that poaching and that threat, whether it's pirates or not? We can't. Because again, the work that needs to be done to put the thing out to sea is going to take a long time. Spare parts have lead times and so on. With respect, General and Minister, the correct answer to this question is no. Unless I'm wrong, but the conclusion is no. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask Chair for a tea break. For one reason only. Looking at the time when we started, and as you can see as well, members, we are going out now and then. My humble appeal would be, I know I'm not a chair, but that would be my humble appeal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so Honorable Skosana has also appointed himself deputy chair, by the way, in this committee, and we joke about it all the time. So we started at 30 minutes later than we should have. I really am mindful of the body break issues because we're dealing with defense first and then military veterans. So we'll take a shorter break than we were going to because we need to catch up on time. So can we take a 10-minute break? And be back here at 11:25 so that we can take a body break and then come back. Shall we please take our seats so that we not unduly delayed? So shall we begin? Honorable Skosana, before you come on, so the Deputy Minister Olomisa wants to add something to our discussion, and then it will be your turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, and honorable Minister, my colleague. My question or response is directed to the question around whether the SANDF state of readiness, can we guarantee it here? A number of years we have been dealing with the defunding of the Defense Force. But I want me to recommend that you should invite the representative of National Treasury, who briefed us last year during the Portfolio Committee hearings, Portfolio Committee of Defense. They told us that we sympathize with you, but a decision was taken to bail out other institutions, meaning, therefore, the money which was supposed to have been given to defense. That's what that gentleman said, that team said. We took the money which was supposed to have gone to defense and bail out SOEs. That's what he said. Carl will remember that day. That's what you should be doing. Call the National Treasury and say the Department of Defense has been knocking into your doors asking for this and this and this. I cannot be in a position to defend a situation where we are asked why your soldiers don't have boots or uniform and so on. And then I go and say there's no money. No, but ask that portfolio committee so that these poor generals who are accompanying us here today will say, no, SecDef, we have been presenting, but we have not won. But I'm referring to you to the minutes of the portfolio committee where that team told us in no uncertain terms that we had to direct the money. You remember when President Zuma said there must be a free education? Another portion was taken to implement that program. Please.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We will have the Treasury here, I think, twice over the next few weeks. We also wanted the budget to be released so that we don't talk about what we call in Xhosa ikate sengxoweni. We need to see all the numbers and then talk about things that are real in front of us. Thank you. Honorable Skosana. We are dealing with defense, and then we're going to move on to military veterans once we tie up this part.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start by asking, I don't see the Chief of Defense here. And in my view, perhaps when I was outside, the apology was given, but whilst I was still here, there was no apology given. Number two, I'm not sure whether you still have the what we used to call NCACC in the National Defense Force. Why I'm asking about General Rudzani Mapanywa, if you remember, in the past when Vanessa Dutoy was still with the Defense Force, there were allegations against him, and which will take me back, and I know that perhaps your presentation, I'm going to deviate a little bit, because it reminds me of January Maslela, who was the Secretary of Defense, who unfortunately passed on in 1999, somewhere in Bronco Strait, if I remember, if my memory still serves me well. Now, knowing how the government works, in particular why I'm asking about this general, the Chief of Defense Force, I hope, I just hope, is still with you as a department. But that's a debate for a later stage. But it's not here, it's a fact, it's not here. I think you articulated well about the 2015, that still from 2015, we are still here talking about the review. Whether is it still relevant today, and why was it not implemented? Is it politically, or because it was introduced by then, I would say, the commander-in-chief at that particular point in time? And as a country, you know, we are sitting at Scopa. Daily, we are no longer shocked. I mean, I was reading the presentation here, unfunded funds, acting all the time. And we have professionals, qualified professionals. But it's across the board. I mean, I know when I come to Scopa, I'm going to hear horror. It's like I'm watching a horror movie. And it's a fact. People will say, money is missing. There's no money missing. There's no money missing. We've got people who've got PhDs in these departments, MPAs. But all the years, same story. And when you look back where we are coming from, all these monies we are talking about, I mean, we're talking about irration, you used to call irration, that soldiers can't have food. As we speak here, the M23 are advancing the airport. And if we lose in that country, our image as a country is gone. Because we always dispute that we are not a developing country, we are almost, some people claim that we are a first world country. And it's not true, we are not a first world country. We are being embarrassed in the DRC as we are sitting here. I mean, we were shown some generals playing golf on the day when our soldiers were killed in the DRC. Now, let me ask again, in terms of consequence management, this issue of dragging matters, because this is a legacy problem which we are having here. We are talking about Denel. I can tell you now, Minister, in my province, I reside in 3 provinces. One of it is Gauteng presently. The premier was Matole Mutsecha. That's why I'm going to ask now. Because one area is still not transferred. It's, you know, it's somewhere in the middle. Now, the issue of Denel that is not with you as a department as we speak here today is an embarrassment statement for me. You know, we had ESCOM. It was transferred quickly, no issues. We had SAA. And let me say this. I know some people are going to say perhaps I'm petty, but I can tell you now, with AMSCO and almost every entity which we had, we are in this mess. The person who indeed has contributed so much into this mess is Pravin Gordhan. And I'm going to say that without any shame. Now, you have Denel. You said 13, I think if I heard you well, you said there's 13 staff members. But I'm going to ask, in terms of the time frame, when is Denel going to be fully in control of the Defense Force, of the department? Because today, I think your Roy Falk, your Hawks, your Ox, your whatever you have, I'm not sure whether we are able to procure parts for all what we had, because as a country, we're proud about that. And fortunately, you have a deputy minister, general, and I guess with the experience he has as well, and with all the soldiers, I've heard the chief of staff, if I remember well, Lieutenant General, articulating the frustrations as well which he has. That today we are sitting here talking about in fact, I just don't want to, like, I'm insulting you, because if I'm insulting the Defense Force, I'm insulting the whole country, that we don't have the capacity as we speak here. And it's a shame. And we must accept that we have failed our people and the country. Because the country, the first citizens of this country, where we say we are safe, it's you, it's our soldiers. But where I'm sitting, I think my colleague has asked as well, are we safe as a country? The answer is no. Now, when it comes to finances, as I said, I think I mentioned about the NCACC, whether it's still in place. And the lady who, when Ria Piecha was still involved, I tried to follow the matter, but these matters are dragging on for long. I know the PPEs, as you said, that about 10 or 11 officials, there's progress in that. Thumbs up if there's progress. But what I've seen, people resign, you know, and then we'll be talking, no, that person left or that person died, you know. Now, these qualified reports in the last 3 financial years, we are talking about serious money here. But I'm saying, if I heard well, there's an acting CFO. Where's the other CEO? Gone. Now, if he's not appointed, next year when we are here again, the next one will be saying, I was not here. So we are recycling the same thing. 2015, for God's sake. Now, we should not be here as a core committee making a ticking box exercise. We just want to comply, but at the end of the day, whatever we suggest here, we are going to be ignored. We are going to be ignored, you know? It's just like it's a talk shop. The next core committee, the next administration will be saying the last administration, 2024, 2025, they spoke about the same issue. But I must say that this is not personal. This is about the country. This is about South Africa. It's not about me and you. It's about the whole country. Let's try to preserve. And let's be honest. If officials are really misappropriating funds, obviously there'll be an effect. When you look at the actuals, like the chair was saying, if 80% is gone, you only have 20%. What do you expect? If I was a soldier as well, a Lieutenant General, one day you'll find soldiers refusing to go and defend the country because of the lack of resources. Because people who are sitting in an air condition like us here, it's easy for us, we are here. But people on the ground force is there. They are feeling the pinch. But my last parting shot, I didn't want to go through because I've read this thing. And I'm going to read it again. I went backwards. Same problems. Qualified report. Once in a blue moon, unqualified report with a finding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think maybe because that was generally a comment from the member, but I think it also warrants comment back from the minister's side or whoever is appropriate, so that we can close the loop on this particular conversation and give the other members an opportunity to engage.
No, Chair, I thought I should just respond to some of the points that were raised. That the NCACC has been re-established. It's led by Minister Chabin, so it is working. We've had a number of meetings. Oh, I'm sorry.
So Honorable Skosana, you had asked about the NCACC. So in the, yes.
Yeah. No, as I say, okay, I'm sorry.
Can you get the minister some water?
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm saying, Chair, it is there, it's working, so we serve also as with myself with General on that committee. It's convened by Minister Chabeni and Deputy Minister of Justice is the deputy thereof, so it is working. And then where the General is, normally we bring the apology for him, and I just don't know. He's here in Cape Town, he's in another committee now. He's going to leave for the TRC. But normally, if the General can't come, the Chief of Staff is here because he is involved, and I have accepted his apology and the fact that he could send his deputy. On acting, I did indicate, Chair, that we have advertised posts initially and said by March we hope to fill in the top structure, and we'll follow like that with the hope that by June, for instance, because it has to be cascaded, it has to be cascaded. So, for instance, for the Defence Force, we have advertised 2 posts of CFO and also of the SecDev, and we hope to complete the process. On the process of DMV, the same thing, we've advertised the posts, and we can report later how far we've filled them, but there is a process to fill vacant posts. So I thought I should answer those, Chair.
So I think there are a couple of points. So I think once again, so you said, because Honorable Skosana raised the issue of the transfer, you said that's the 1st of April, that Denel will fall under the Department of Defense. So I've already notified the Secretary to get similar confirmation from Minister Ramokgopa. So there was that issue, and then there was I just want to be certain that we've covered all your issues, Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, the other issue which perhaps I left my 5 minutes deliberately. Remember, you allocated me time.
I was counting.
So I will. But the last issue was that what I spoke about, the leadership in terms of this audit committee and internal audit, what I was saying about the acting CFO, you know, my question was like the effectiveness of them trying to redeem this situation. I've mentioned the issue of 67 billion rand, which those assets no one can account to. We don't know where those assets are as we speak here. But I'm saying my last 5 minutes I'll deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, no, I was asking Honorable Skosana on what you've asked so far. Are you happy with the answers? Because we're not going to come back to them. I was just confirming with you. Are you fine?
I'm fine.
Are you fine? Okay. So can I give the members an opportunity to engage? Honorable Trolip, your hand was up first. Honorable Niehaus, Honorable Madlala, and Honorable Mende. And then, yeah, I'm going to get confused if I try and jump around. So let me just go this way. Yes, let me just go this way. Yes. So let me start with you, Honorable Mende, and then.
Sorry, Chair. What's happened to the process of going on to the next person next to me?
No, so remember we have their main inquirers. You were one of them, right? Main inquirer. So there's a member who's not here, Honorable Nondenja. She was supposed to be the other one. Then the formula is once we've gone through the main inquirers, we give everyone an opportunity to also engage because they're sitting here as disciplined members of the committee, not interrupting, and now it's their turn. So that's what we're doing now. So, Honorable Ment, please go ahead. You are on now. Yeah. So you can also put up your hand. So we're gonna come to you. Probably. No, you are. I can bring it from that side. Okay, that's fine. Are you happy that we go the other way? Look, Honorable Trolip his hand was up really early, and I think it will be an injustice. Let's start with you, Honorable Ment, and go that way. It then covers Honorable Trolip, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Then you can submarine at that time and not ask.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I want to go back first to the issue that I know you will then communicate. Because if we had invited Denel and sitting here, they just did not pitch without a reason, without an explanation that if you are seeing defense, we are not part and parcel of defense, and there is no decency to tell us what's happening, that's very much unacceptable. We need to understand why are they not here. We can't just be shown a middle finger like that. It's ill discipline. Now coming to the defense, the head of defense is saying it will be a disservice to the country to tell a commander-in-chief that we will not do it, or will be sending a wrong precedence if he goes and resolve on sending the troops. Then they say, no, we cannot. My problem with that statement is when we do not have the fund to foot the bill to send those troops, are we saying we're going to send our women and men to die in places where we know for a fact that we cannot afford to do it, simply because there's a resolution? And given the status in which the defense is in now in terms of funding, is that what you are saying? Because even the commander-in-chief needs to be advised in certain areas that we know that the ambition is to assist. But in terms of the country and its standing right now within the funding model that is utilized, we cannot do it. I want to understand clearly that we are going to send people to die even if we cannot afford the mission. Is that what you are saying? Then number two is back to the minister in terms of the underfunding and all of that. Minister, you sit in the executive, you should be the one that is telling us why is that. Because the austerity measures are not of our own doing. It comes from the level where you sit. You are the one that should be telling us where are the austerity measures and why are they affecting such important departments in our country. Because if anything, if any attack comes to South Africa, we're dependent on these troops to defend us. But you can't be the one that is telling us that the austerity measures are a problem and therefore there's nothing you can do, when you are the person who should be telling us what should be done in that case. Now, the second one to the head of defense is the material irregularities. This goes to the statement you made that says you and the Secretary of Defense, you work day to day and everything is happening. I'm going to give you an example. Material irregularities that have been picked up by the AG from you go way back as 2019, and they are still not resolved. Yet there is a cordial arrangement that you are instituting some level of disciplinary action to the people that are causing this mess in the defense. So it does not give comfort to us to say defense, as the minister was saying, that no, the defense that I found is much better. I cannot say is in disarray. According to how you manage the funds within the department, financial management within the department is in disarray. Secondly, the people that are involved in the corruption within the defense, some of them are still in the system and some of them are not even being dealt with. The Auditor General has given us a lot of cases, which I know you already received those cases as far back as 2019. To date, they are not finalized. They form part of the material irregularity. Maybe it will help if ever the Auditor General utilize the powers we've given them, that they must start issuing certificates so that the heads of department are paying back our money if nothing is being done about it. So if you are arguing that, which the SIU and Auditor General are saying, to say the Secretary of Defense is not having powers in terms of the disciplinary hearing, you are basing it on what? Because she can only reprimand you, but she can't say anything, she can't do anything about that. And your process is as long as 10 years to finalize a matter. You also don't have control over it. How are we going to curb corruption? I want you to give us that. Now, the last one is the unauthorized expenditure. It ties back to what I was asking you, if are you going to allow a situation where even if Parliament gives you more money, already you have accrued, you are sitting on a minus. Whatever is given to defense at this point is going to start by doing away with the debt. And will the available amount still fit? And the debt is caused by the system itself. The system is rotten. Where are we going to give this money to that the system is not going to mess with it? Because we can't, in a true sense as members of Parliament, pass a budget for defense to go and do corrupt ways with it. Because all the transactions that are here, some of them investigated by the SIU, are the transactions that you should have stopped them. Auditor General says there are no measures in place to stop irregular expenditure. Most of the transactions, officials have relationship. There's money flowing from service providers to officials and from accounts to accounts. That was found by the SIU. And on the 11 cases that they have sent to you, on the contract of PPE, the PPE or the vehicles, how far are we with those 11 members for disciplinary hearing, not for the criminal elements? And when are they going to be finalized? Thank you, Chair.
I think you've been sabotaged.
This one can be back.
Now, No, I'm gonna do both of you because I'm mindful of time. Otherwise, we're gonna run long.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I specifically came to this meeting of SCOPA. Of course, I'm in the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans, because I wanted to hear what the department is going to share with you compared to what had been shared with us. And of course, I've read the report that you had earlier from the SIU. The SIU report is a very disconcerting report with many irregularities. And I want to pick up on that, Chair, because we get this generic excuse from the department: we are being underfunded. And today, General Lemisa also said to me, Mr. Niels, but you remember also what the Department of Finance, the Treasury said to us about taking money to deal with other issues. Now, that's only part of the story, Chair. And this is where we must not allow ourselves to be bamboozled by this issue of underfunding. A very large part of the problem that we are faced with is a legacy of mismanagement and of corruption. And that legacy runs through what the Department of Defense is doing, but also the interrelationship between the Department of Defense and some of the other agencies that it works with. That includes also Denel. And it is very unfortunate that Denel did not come here today. But okay, from the 1st of April, the department is now going to be the controlling department of Denel. But there's a history of projects where the department, in a corrupt relationship and a mismanaging relationship with Denel, had costed this country and the taxpayer literally billions of rands. I'm going to raise three. The first one, Chair, is Project Hoefyster. It features big in the SIU report. And we know that for years, nothing resulted from 8 billion rands that had been paid over. This is a serious matter. It's an interrelationship between Denel and the Department of Defense. The second project that I want to refer to is Project Hotel. This is a project of building a particular ship which is happening in the harbor in Durban, the SAS Nelson Mandela. And there again, we had a situation where the Chief of Defense Materials and Arms Acquisition, who allocated that project to Sandok Austral Shipyard, literally within months after that project was allocated, and I'm talking about Dr. Mutibise Zondi, left the department and suddenly emerged as the executive chair of Sandok Austral Shipyards. There are massive delays in that project. The deadline was 2022. It keeps on being shifted on, and the expenditure is overrunning all the time. The third project I want to refer to is one military hospital, and we had some references to it here today. Because of the way in which the tender process was mismanaged for one military hospital, and the manner in which part of that hospital, up to this very day, Chair, is not yet functioning, especially those particular areas in the hospital where the theatres, operation theatres are. We have heard that equipment that were purchased now have to be placed on auction because it took so long to eventually get not even to the point where that part of the hospital is operational, that those equipments have become obsolete. Now, Chair, the department can come to us and say we are underfunded. But they cannot say to us we're using our money wisely. They can't. And unfortunately, there are situations when one raises these issues that the department is not honest. I have chosen specifically these 3 projects because I asked on 2 of them also questions in the National Assembly. And I received extraordinary answers from the Minister of Defense. On the issue of one military hospital, the Minister's response was that there's no criminal investigation into one military hospital. I can make that answer available. It was a deliberately misleading answer. We have a report from the SIU. They're busy investigating this matter. They're making references about what went wrong. Then you go to Project Hotel. Again, I ask a question. I get an answer. There's no overrun on the project, and there's no concerns about mismanagement. I've just given you examples of the red lights that go on when you investigate Project Hotel. Now, Chair, when we talk about the issue of an unfunded mandate, my concern is, and there was now a legal judgment on it, when you do not have the money, you cannot execute the project. What we have at the moment, and this is why I raised in the beginning of my input, the fact that I'm from the Portfolio Committee of Defense and Military Veterans. That committee in the 6th administration and running over into the 7th administration had warned this department that we are failing, had warned this department that there's financial mismanagement, had warned this department that it will be impossible to continue to keep the Department of Defense and Military Veterans going, that it is collapsing. I'm coming back to the issue of there is a legacy of mismanagement. So it is in that context that one is then faced with a letter that the Joint Standing Committee on Defense received, strangely enough, on the 24th of December, on New Year's Eve, from President Cyril Ramaphosa.
You mean on Christmas Eve?
If you want to cover up something, Chair, you can't find a better day. And if you want not to get a response, you can't find a better day than Christmas Eve. But okay, President Ramaphosa, obviously with the intention for this matter not to be dealt with properly, then sent that letter to the committee on the 24th of December. Now, that committee, in terms of the law, has right to respond to that letter, and the President must expect such a response within. In fact, the issue is, first of all, the President must inform the committee within 7 days after he has decided to continue with a deployment or execute a new deployment. Secondly, 14 days after that letter has been received by the committee, the President must convene that committee in order to be able to either approve, amend, or to stop such deployment. And it's there in the law, Chair. I'll provide you with all the various clauses. The President doesn't do any of it. So it prevents us as Parliament collectively, because the Portfolio Committee and also the Joint Standing Committee on Defence represent the whole Parliament on issues of defence. He prevents us from executing our rightful legal duty. And therefore, for the Minister and the Department to say, but you see, we couldn't have said that this deployment in the DRC could not continue. Perhaps the Department, in terms of their relationship with the Commander-in-Chief, although they still have a responsibility to speak honestly and advise the Commander-in-Chief, could not have told him that. But we, as Parliament and the Joint Standing Committee on Defence, had a legal right and duty to do so. I'm concluding, Chair. We have failed our country. We allowed President Ramaphosa to sneak this deployment through. We did so in a context where it was evident that the financial resources, the military resources were not there to safely deploy our SANDF soldiers in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And therefore, there must be a collective responsibility on all of us to call President Ramaphosa to order. And the reasons behind it I've just given you in terms of the whole historical legacy of how we ended up without the resources in order to be able to run our business as a defense force properly and protect our soldiers. And in that context, the department has a huge responsibility, because it's not just Denel that does some things wrong. It's not just Arms Corps that fails with the shipyard. It is the Department of Defense itself that fails to execute its duties. And lastly, Chair, when the Minister says the NCACC exists, yes, it exists now. It's taken this 7th administration months to reconstitute the NCACC. And it's a serious problem, because weapons were sold. End-user certificates had to be managed. This country had to be sure where the weapons that were sold went in a very volatile world, where we have the genocide in apartheid Israel, whereby apartheid Israel against Palestine and specifically Gaza, where we have the war in the Ukraine. Weapons that were sold to countries such as Germany and Hungary ended up sold on, moved on through warehouses to the Ukraine and to apartheid Israel. The NCACC for months was not constituted and could not do its job. And anyhow, even now that it's constituted, it is doubtful whether it has the resources in order to be able to execute that duty and control the end-user certificate regime. And I think SCOPA also needs to look into that and make sure that that's a critical committee, a committee that impacts not just on our domestic legislation, but also on the international armaments control obligations that we have as a country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus. Honorable Trollip, I'm mindful of time, so I'll give you a chance, and then the Minister and this team can engage. A very specific question, Honorable Niehaus, quickly. When you said 24th December, you mean this past 24, or I'm just wanting to make sure that we get the record straight?
24 December 2024.
All right. Okay.
The redeployment of the troops.
No, I just wanted to be certain. Thank you. Honorable Trollip.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be disciplined and just stick to my notes. The Minister stated on national TV recently that the South African National Defence Force is capable to meet its objective. The objective is to defend against external military aggression. I listened very carefully to Deputy Minister Holomisa telling us about this AG report being 4 to 5 years in the making, and that it provided critical insights, and that there's a team that's been established, and about rampant corruption in the Defence Force. And then he spoke about a document that he suggested should be shared with us about how to move the SANDF out of the red zone. That is in 2023. It's now 2025. I'm curious to know how far we are to being out of the red zone. Then, Chair, I heard the Deputy Minister saying the leadership or personnel needs to be reviewed as well. And this document can guide us. It needs to be upgraded and updated. Now, if there's a document that says that the leadership personnel in the Defence Force is not capable, what has been done with that document? With regards to the matter you raised, Chair, about the collapse of strategic procurement, 2 mil and 1 mil hospitals spring to mind. And I ask myself, when last did the President of this country go to either of those hospitals? I know that in the last Parliament, the President didn't go. I know in the previous Parliament, President Zuma didn't go. I know that Deputy President Mabuza went to Russia. And the question has got to be asked. These are facilities and institutions primarily dedicated to taking care of the health of the Commander-in-Chief, yet they don't use them. The South African Medical Health Services have been referred to as a referral agency. You get sick, you go to one of those places, they refer you to another hospital, generally even a private hospital. Chair, I listened to the Lieutenant General saying, and I quote, "When South Africa wants its defence force and it needs to go to the bank, then we don't have a defence force," close quote. And then he said, the next generation of generals could easily say, we won't do that. Now, notwithstanding what the Deputy Minister said about Treasury and the underfunding of this defence force, the underfunding takes on a different complexion after having sat here in this meeting and 2 weeks ago in the joint meeting on defence. Who can confidently allocate more funding to a department that can't account for its funding? And you wonder why, sir, you are categorized as resourced status. I listened to you tell us about troop deployments and where the troops are. You don't have any idea how many troops there are. Not out by tens or hundreds, out by thousands. Those are people's lives. I'm not surprised we don't give you more money. The deployment to the DRC in a response to a question I put in Parliament was priced at 4.3 billion rand. Yet we went to the adjustments appropriation asking for just 2 billion. In my eyes, that means we set up our troops to fail and die. The Minister answered me, said the deployment was to cost 4.3 billion, yet you asked for just over 2 billion. Project Tusano was supposed to have been concluded, as per the former Minister of Defence, by the 25th of January. I heard the Lieutenant General saying it's still under review. We're now into February. Denel and Armscore, the less said about that, the better. They definitely failed at their mandate. And when I listened to the Secretary of Defence, not even knowing which minister was responsible, she said, but we're on track. I got no comfort, in your words, Chair, got no comfort from being on track. And having listened to this presentation this morning and being in the meeting 2 weeks ago, I'm sad to say I'm not impressed. You might be impressed with this committee, but this committee is not impressed with what's coming out of this department. So, Chair, in conclusion, I think that the department would do well to hold a mirror up to itself as to what they are doing. I listened to the Minister. I listened to the Minister saying things like, military veteran, she agrees with the Chair. It's a train wreck, structural problems, staff problems, toxic. Unless you hold a mirror up to yourself, don't expect Parliament to give you any more money. I will certainly not support it.
Thank you, Honorable Trolip. Minister, over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'll just respond to a few because I guess others were really comments for us to note, and we've taken notes to note the concerns. I'll respond to the point that was raised by Honorable Mente around austerity measures, that indeed one had the opportunity or privilege to sit in the meetings that were deciding the budget. And I think all ministers of finance have raised a national challenge that our economy is stagnant, Chair. We're not able to raise enough funds as a country for the things that we need as a country. We have to find ourselves as a country going to go for debt. And we had reached a stage where debt threatened to overrun our overall budget, which would have affected even the integrity of our budget. And that's why there was a decision to slow down so that we don't take too much debt, which threatens the overall budget. And those are some of the problems that came and led to austerity measures. And as I agree, unfortunately, the overall application of those austerity measures affected not only SSA Defense, different departments differently. Your infrastructure departments would have stretched their implementation of a program which was supposed to be done in 3 years, it's done in 5 years to accommodate slow spending. As I say, the department I came from also had very serious impacts where even your modernization of the curriculum had to be delayed because there was no money to fund the. So I'm not giving but I'm explaining that it's been a national problem about the economy which was not able to sustain the needs of the country which were growing. So I agree with her that it's a problem. And the other point also that I agree again with colleagues, I think Member Trolip has raised and Member has raised around that if you have endemic corruption and you waste money, it's even difficult to go to Treasury and ask for money. And that's why we said with colleagues to say, having said in the MINCOM budget, that's the first thing they're going to shoot us at, to say, you say we must give you 10 billion more, but you have wasted 9 billion. So you don't have a leg to stand on, and therefore, let's clean our house and make sure that on our side, everything is done properly. That will enable us to get more money that we need. So I agree with them to say that's what the problem is. But the other matters, Chair, I think I've raised them, will not repeat the answers that I'd given and interviews that they've given. So I thought I should just answer the two. And if colleagues want to assist with the questions, they should. Chair, thanks.
Yeah, Minister, I don't think it's an if, I think they must. Because Honorable Mente, for instance, and Honorable Niehaus and Honorable Trolip did raise very specific questions around materially regulate. I don't want to re-itemize them. So there were very specific questions relating to those issues. I want to ask you, General, when you respond, to explain to the committee what it is about the military justice system that takes long, that creates this mismatch, understanding that we are lay people. So does everything need to go through the court system, or are there disciplinary inquiries in the normal course, but in the military environment? Because we've got to be able to hold people accountable within a reasonable time. It can't be the same as waiting for a high court a date in 2 years' time, and then hopefully in 4 years you get an outcome. So I need you to be specific with the committee to say, and I know you mentioned legislation, but when you mention legislation, does it mean current legislation gives you no option to establish other lawful means of inquiry and holding people accountable? What specifically is the problem, and what is being done to fix it? Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you so much. I am going to start from the beginning. I want to say, Honorable Mente, I did indicate the fact that it has never been that we have never been funded when we execute military operations. But for the first time, the one that was not funded was ESCOM, infrastructure. And we continued with planning because we believed that it has always been the practice that we get funded. And seeing that funding was not coming, what did we do? We reprioritized. And I did say that we did reprioritize from within. Because you are so right to say that, but then you've got soldiers there. No, we didn't just leave the soldiers out there. We reprioritized. And the one that we were funded, of course, which I indicated that unfortunately it was underfunded, was the one on illegal mining. We were given 150 million, but the expenditure went up to 320 million. And that is what I have said. So, and I need to say, it is in our nature as the Department of Defense. This was the very first time that we came across that, and I even used the word that I was shocked. Why aren't we be given the necessary funding that is required? And it was the very first time, but what we did not leave the soldiers out there without anything. And I thought that in the way that we have done it, even when we met with the DG of National Treasury, we repeated ourselves to say this should not happen. That we find that the soldiers are deployed there and they are not funded. It cannot be. And National Treasury is well aware of what we did as the Defense Force. So that is where I really want to leave it. On the issues of procurement, material irregularities, I am going to leave that with the Chief of Logistics. He's sitting behind me, and he is the one that works. This is his environment. I need to say, Honorable Niehaus, I hear you in terms of the 3 projects that you have mentioned. Unfortunately for me, I cannot get involved into the discussions of something which is the responsibility of AMSCO in terms of acquisition. So if anybody has got to account to say, but what happened here? There was this person, now he is there, just like Project Hotel. And these are the issues that has happened. Those are the people that needs to account to say what happened. I wouldn't want to get into the discussion of issues that I may lack facts on because it's managed by AMSCO. And that one, I really want to put it that way. May I then, well, Honorable Niehaus, you repeated the issue of unfunded mandate. And the issue of unfunded mandate is exactly what I have said. And I said throughout history, we had this relationship with National Treasury, the Commander-in-Chief have signed our papers, and we have always been funded. It has never happened that we were not funded until we get to ESCOM deployment. There we did not get the funding. And like I said, National Treasury will not refuse it, they know it. They referred us to ESCOM, and I don't know why we should go to ESCOM because we had no service level agreement with ESCOM. And we told so, National Treasury. I just want to check if there's something else. On the review of Project Tusano, I have stated, Honorable Trolip, I did say in terms of Project Tusano, the project has been reviewed. And I did state which aspects of the initial project have been left out. And I said, we are going to manage this as like any other foreign learning opportunity. And I said, what part of Project Tusano comes into the new contract? I did explain that. And it has already been reviewed, by the way. So I heard you were mentioning the issue of February. And it has already been reviewed. So the contract is there with all the things that I've said. These ones have been removed, and these ones are in this way.
Sorry, Chair, on a point of order, he said is under review. He never said has been reviewed.
No, it has been reviewed.
Is under review.
It has been reviewed.
Okay, so I heard has been reviewed earlier, Honorable Trolley, but what I'd like to ask you, General, is for completeness, just concisely say specifically what changes have been made.
Yes, I can do that, Chairperson. The changes that have been made. We used to send our soldiers to Cuba for vocational training, and it included all different types of careers. We also used to send them for medical, we used to send them for engineering and other masterings. We have stopped that. We have stopped that, and we have said any foreign learning opportunity, like we will have with Zambia, like we will have with any SADC country or any country in the continent, is going to be handled in that way, and not in the way that the Project Tusano was doing it. However, the engineering, there were Cubans who were here in South Africa. That part of the engineering of the Cubans is the part which has been left out. And so that part is helping in the landward domain. In the landward domain. I even said, Chair, that if this committee has got time, we might want to say, let's take the committee through so that you see what we said, what is happening in terms of that. So this is just the clarity. And I want to say to Honorable Trollip, the reason I am impressed with the committee, it looks like the committee is going to make a change in terms of what we are doing and in terms of what is happening. I do not expect that hereafter we are still going to be discussing matters around defense funding. When from time to time we are being called by honorable memberment, we want this thing to be reversed. And how it must be reversed is that honorable members will have to speak on behalf of the Defense Force, because we are being asked the same questions. So I would want to put it to say, that is what I am reading from the committee, and that henceforth, that is how we are going to be conducting this business. Thank you very much.
Okay, my mic is dead. I'd also asked a specific question about the consequence management vis-a-vis the military justice system and the delays, because that goes to the heart of whether we're able to turn the situation around or not.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you for reminding me. I did explain that part, and let me do it again. I have indicated that in the military, we have got one method, which is the most, and that is the court system, wherein their offenders, they are taken through the court system. And I did say we used to have something called summary trial that is fallen off, and we used to have the suitability board, which was declared unconstitutional. And I then said, because what we want is to empower our commanders from the lowest of level high up the chain of command. And I did then say that, therefore with this, what did we do? We started a bill called the Military Discipline Bill that was meant to ensure that we empower commanders at all levels. It came to Parliament, and in Parliament, it was then turned back on the basis of the fact that there was one issue which talks about the civilian components in the Department of Defense. And so that one has gone back. It is to follow the legislative process once again. And that is, we want something that will be very quick, and it is included in that bill. Thank you, sir.
So, General, let me put the question in this way. So in the normal court system, we have a problem similarly with delays, right? So 56% of the cases in the Gauteng civil court system, the delays are caused by the road accident fund litigation. So we know that. We also don't have enough judges, court space, and so on. I can say that. I am looking for that kind of answer. Do you not have enough military judges? You don't have enough military prosecutors? Are you overwhelmed with cases such that these things take long? This is the answer that will serve us in this committee. The legislation is another thing. What's the issue? Too many cases, not enough personnel in the military justice system. What is it?
Let me talk about, I hope it will satisfy Chairperson. Let me talk about the efforts right now. this is what the minister have said. We have assigned military judges. We have assigned military judges that will oversee that we can deal with the backlog that we have. Of course, the backlog in terms of cases would talk to a number of things, which I wish our lawyers were here. But one of the things would be what can I say? The congestion, in the lack of a better word, in terms of cases that has to be dealt with. And as a result of that, we have then decided, let's look for more. And as the minister said, that we have appointed military judges, more of them. This is in an attempt to try and do away with this backlog. But again, as I said, we need to proceed again with the new bill that we are proceeding, which is within the legal processes, so to say. Thank you, sir.
So, General, one of the things I want the committee to be able to do is to help. But believe it or not, the members here all want to help. Okay, you are not you're not helping. So when you say you've appointed more, what I'm trying to understand is, and sometimes there are ratios you use in order to measure whether you've got enough. I'm sitting here wondering, okay, did you have vacancies because you didn't have enough money? Name the problem, please, General. Give it a name and specifics around it so that we know. Otherwise, if we don't go there, the source of the delays, we are not going to be left with, let's wait for legislation and you're going to hire more judges. Did you have constraints in terms of meeting the ratio of personnel you need in order to process the volume of cases you have? Was that the issue? Why did that backlog arise?
Chairperson, that was the issue. I also need to say, because I can see what you are saying, in order to give you a satisfactory answer without any ambiguity, I don't know if you can permit us that we forward this in writing to you, if permissible.
That would be helpful, because the committee needs to understand, because we come here, we talk to the AG, talk to the SIU, all we see is that this is in process, this is in process. Members get frustrated, understandably. The members need to know why that's the case, so that we can then work on a solution. All right, thank you. The head of logistics was going to respond to something. So let's not forget that. I see the deputy minister's hand keeps popping up. So I will ask you to, because I think you want to add to this specific discussion, and then we'll come to you, Vice Admiral. Deputy Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, mine would be to contribute on how do we deal with this backlog. It's a suggestion to you and Parliament. Perhaps we should consider ensuring that the Department of Justice establishes special courts dedicated to addressing the long pending cases identified by the AG, as well as cases which are currently in court. I don't see any chances of us withdrawing cases which are already in court and send them to military courts. Those issues would be dealing with the internal disciplinary related matters. The complexity and severity of financial mismanagement, corruption, and governance failures within the Defense Force require a streamlined and efficient judicial process to hold those responsible accountable. So that's the line I would request that this committee should consider. I've served, I did serve in this committee before. And 9 out of 10 times, it's rare that whatever resolution you have taken are implemented. I think you can make an example by this department, by assisting us. The other thing which I need to record here, the minister and I and my colleague are new in that department. And I sometimes sympathize with her that files are going to be just sent to her office for signature without the deputy ministers having seen those. And the following week or month, we are being called to come and account here. So you need to look into this for all the state departments to make sure that you strengthen the checks and balances so that when I come here and ask me about finances, I will be able to say, yes, this is the position. It cannot only be when we have budget and you read the budget speech and so on, but the daily expenditure. Talk about the secret funding. Minister and I and my colleague have taken an oath to say we are going to comply with the rules of the game. But a junior will tell you that I cannot tell you who I have paid because it's secret. Secret to who? So the whole system needs to be looked into completely. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Deputy Minister. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee, through the Minister and Chief of Staff. I'm responding to the question from Honourable Member Mente on material irregularities and administration of consequence management. The question is based since 2019, but the report that we have here actually start way before that, as early as 2012, that there are some cases that are still outstanding. I will qualify my statement on this one. The total incidence is, as from around 2016, is 270. 246 irregular expenditure and 24 fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Incidence is still under investigation, 113. Consequence management implemented. There are recently 12 cases that we have actually acted upon. Members undergoing consequence management are 20. 7 have been reprimanded, 11 has been charged, and 3 employment was terminated. Under investigation, we've got a process called Board of Inquiries that we institute in case of any maladministration that we foresee. But we have about 101 Board of Inquiries that are still open. The Board of Inquiry is not complete until there's a legal advice on that report. So most of the cases, if the legal is saying that the expected outcome based on the extent of the problem is not meeting the minimum requirement, then the legal advisor will say, Chief Logistic, reopen the Board of Inquiry. This sometimes comes out as a result of the poor quality of the report based on the functional aspect that is a president of the board. So I'd just like to acknowledge that we've got challenge on that department where we need to have a functional aspect to be a president of the board. However, we have actually started now to capacitate through the legal adjutant general to retrain some of our senior officers on Board of Inquiries. If I may proceed, undergoing criminal court procedures, we still have 5. No investigation conducted, 157 cases. We have not agreed with the Auditor General's as findings. About 71 of those findings, we did not agree with those. So I think we've reserved the right to actually dispute some of the findings of HSA. Now, just to be specific, as from 2021, during March 2020 and 2021, it was alleged that certain members of logistic divisions have committed fraud and corruption in relation to the procurement of personal protective equipment, PPEs, during COVID-19. I'll be specific on this one. Thereafter, 11 members of the logistic divisions were charged and appeared before the military court during September 2022. The said accused thereafter appeared in court again during February 2024, when the matter was postponed due to the fact that a long preliminary investigation was not completed and that one of the accused was booked off sick. During September 2024, again, they appeared in court, and there was one member within the group of members that were charged was still off sick. The case was then postponed until the 4th of July 2025. According to the state prosecutor, an application for a separation of the trial will be submitted to the court if the accused, who was ill during the September 2024, is still booked off sick, of which is still booked off sick. A successful application to separate the trial of the ill accused will enable the state prosecutor to continue the case against the remaining 10 members. Note must be taken that consequence management within the military can be in the form of many ways, such as official office orders, retraining, rotation of personnel, and criminal charges, as described above. So we have done extensive work on this, members of the committee. Not that we have actually taken it lightly. We have actually done some extensive work, and we're still doing so. And the other one that is actually troubling us is the Board of Inquiries. We rely on senior officers. Most of them, they are retired, they are reserve force members. And when the HR element comes in terms of a budget on reserve collapse, then we get affected on that. But I hope that when the next financial year opens, we'll be able to get those senior officers to conclude some of the Board of Inquiries. And the report will be updated accordingly. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kamede, I'm sorry, I skipped you. I apologize.
Thank
Please
you,
go
Chair.
ahead.
Thank you very much again. I just wanted, before the Admiral spoke, that the contributing factor in the dragging of cases or the delays of cases is the slow, I said it in my opening, very slow boards of inquiries for various reasons, from people being available to the competency of whoever is running the board. Because I said in the military justice system, they must first, the Board of Inquiry will assist the commander to make a decision whether or not a member is charged. So if the matters are remaining with the Board of Inquiries, your hands are tied as a commander in terms of then making it an informed decision according to what you see as the advice of the Board of Inquiry, whether then to proceed with the matter. Because once the Board of Inquiry is finalized and has gone through legal, then just like in the civilian side, it will then be referred to the Director of Prosecution in the department, who will then take it through the military court. So the unlocking that we need to do more, the appointment of judges is fine, but you can have judges. The value chain is we need to jack up this side. So I am accepting that is a challenge here in terms of the Board of Inquiries that we are looking at with the Adjutant General trying to assist in having a program that will capacitate members to be able to run these boards. Because if they are not properly capacitated, then they arrive at a conclusion that you can't use. Then members of the PCD will be presenting tomorrow. Then the board must be restarted because it's not helping the commander to make a decision. I thought I should say that. And then in terms of the ramp.
Sorry, can I, just for clarity, so, because also the military has got its own language. So in essence, what you are saying, the investigators deliver a docket that's not good enough. to use. And sometimes they like, basically go back and find better information or better quality information so that this file is usable.
Yes.
So you're saying that is part of the problem?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right. Okay, please go ahead. Now, just wanted to be sure we get the understanding, at least for me.
Okay, thank you. Then in terms of the matter that is raised by Honorable Niehaus, with respect to the ramp was the repairs and maintenance of One Mill Hospital, which was then under DPW. But then with the devolution of functions to DOD, we have taken some of the functions from DPW. Our works formation inside have taken this, and they are looking at how it could be addressed quickly. So it's underhand, but we have taken it from DPW. It was taken. Then the delays on Project Hotel, I know it's in the sphere of AMSCO, because AMSCO is the acquisition authority, but it was mostly, I don't want to comment on who was given a contract. What I know that has been reported by AMSCO is that the delays were mostly because of the force majeure. They were in Devon, there were floods, there was COVID-19, and it was affected by those. That is the information that I have. If there is any other, then is the information that might be in another domain. But what has been reported is that it was affected by force majeures.
All right, thank you very much. So before I go back to the members, I just want to make a point on logistics today, and I don't want to be presumptuous on behalf of the members or anyone else. We were scheduled to go on until 1. The seriousness and depth of the matters, I don't think we've wasted time here. The seriousness and depth of the matters here is clear for all of us to see. And I want us to litigate these issues across the entire estate properly. And so I'm going to make the following proposal. We carry on, because we started late, we carry on until 2. At the table here, because Denel is not here, we've already provisionally scheduled the 25th of this month for Denel to be here. We're getting in touch with the Minister of Electricity. We want to know why they are not here when they were invited to be here. Secondly, we want to get into the issues specifically that pertain to Denel. What is also emerging in this conversation is that the issues, questions that we need answered from AMSCO's part. I also want to then say, I don't want us to speed through the Department of Military Veterans issues. They are really important, and we need to ventilate them properly. So we're going to move that to the 25th. I want us between now and 2 to deal with the Department of Defense issues properly. Obviously, the members have to, and you in your answers, please be concise. And I also don't want members here to leave without having spoken. Right, so if we can do that. So I'm going to Kamete, where you done? I just needed to, because I was worried I'm going to forget.
For the record, for your records, the minister is not the Ramuhupa Electricity. Is the
Oh, there are two. Hey, the Ramohopas are running this country. we also have one in my party. It's there's a takeover going on here. So we will. It's fine. We will get in touch with the correct minister. So what I'm trying to say is that I need us to deal with the defense matters, and so that when we come back, the Department of Defense Corps, like some of the officers, don't need to come back here, only to the extent that there might be matters arising. We don't want a whole bunch of people here again, right? So can I then ask that we do this? Minister, have you got anything to add?
Not to add, Chair, we have a meeting. I have a meeting at 2. If you could be released at 1:30, because yeah.
Let us say, Minister, 22.
That's fine.
Thereabouts.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable Mente, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a chance for a follow-up, and then take the other members as well together, so that we give people an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Chair 1. Where is the audit committee of the defense that gives you quarterly reports on financials, because the situation suggests that no one is monitoring financials at Defense. And you cannot be asking us to condone 6 billion of unauthorized expenditure, which is already a subject of corruption and maladministration, adding to the material irregularities that have been handpicked by the Auditor General. On the other hand, the tribunal on the SIU, on one case only, besides what you are dealing with, on one case only of the PPE, is sending 273 million. You have almost 2 billion of material irregularities that you have not done anything about. Now you have this long process of disciplinary hearings, meaning which anyone takes advantage of that to do whatever they want to do in terms of being corrupt, identify wrong service providers, don't follow proper protocols, some get inflated prices, and they know they can escape the system because your system takes even 10 years to correct a simplest thing. Now, what I want to understand is the audit committee, and I still want to maintain what the SIU and AG said, that Secretary of, to Defense, your powers are very limited. You must not argue with them, because there's nothing you can do with this system that you are giving us. And until it's corrected and gives us comfort, there's nothing that we can sit here and condone. Because if you are sitting on 6 billion minus, you are asking for 10 billion, that means you will only have 4 billion. Again, going back to the general, what is the funding model that you are utilizing now for the DRC? Is it reprioritization? Is it your existing funding? Or do you have budget for that? Are our soldiers receiving everything that they are supposed to be receiving? Then the last one is on the functional aspect that you are going to identify and all these other areas that you said you are going to correct. How long is that going to take? Because as things stand, your system in terms of management, financially, we're not talking operational. I think my colleague has highlighted a lot of operational problems. I'm still talking about financial management. Your system in terms of financial management is in disarray. And what the general, the deputy minister was talking about, that it will not help to send papers to the minister to sign when it's not correcting anything in terms of the system of management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really reluctant because, yeah, so can I move Honorable House, please? Honorable Van Rooyen, if you can ask the way Honorable Mente asked just now, I'd be so happy. Questions, straight to the point.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to ask a plethora of questions. I think they have been covered in the presentation by other members. I just want to make a comment on the observation shared by the executive with the committee around the impact of the economic growth problem in financing our developmental program. Chair, I think if I to advise our executive, currently represented by the minister and the deputy minister, I will urge the executive to relook at our fiscal policy. The strategy that they are employing of investing more on fiscal consolidation, which doesn't allow them to to invest strategically on areas with high potential of generating revenue for our country are really impeding revenue collection potential of this country. I think we are on record as SMK party, in fact, that, and speak of MKMVA because DMV is here. SMK party that we should be looking at more expansive fiscal strategy, a strategy that will allow this country to take advantage of its mineral resources to generate revenue for this country, a strategy that will allow the government of the day to take advantage of revenue enhancement opportunities that are there in our tax, tax system. We are unable to invest now in our custom services because we don't have money, but there's money there. It has been proven. We are unable now. I mean, there is an example that was cited earlier on. We have lost Denel IP to private hands. We need to invest in such things because it was an opportunity for this country to generate money through our special products that are produced in South Africa. And that's what has been happening with Denel. Over years, Denel has been producing its product and selling those products for the betterment of the revenue enhancement of this country. So I think it's important that we need to rethink our fiscal policy because we'll continue to regurgitate, reiterate the same complaint when we deal with issues of funding. Chair, as I've indicated, I think your summary of the train wreck it was quite evident coming out of the presentation of the DOD, and I'm definitely, I know it's going to be worse when it comes to DMV. It's well documented, you know. So I don't think to waste time. I don't want to waste time with that. And by emphasizing on the need to look into how we fund our developmental program, I'm not necessarily overlooking the essence of proper financial management that must be exercised by the department or various departments. It's very, very key. And lastly, Chair, because you emphasize on the need of this committee to be solution-driven, I think this issue of the 2015 defense review outcome, I think should not be treated lightly because there are many solutions in that review and those solutions were overlooked. And I hope at some stage, as part of providing solution to the situation faced by the Defense Force, this committee must make a determination of the relevancy of that, the outcome of that defense review process. Because from where I'm seated, I'm convinced that there are lessons to be learned from that review, and they were deliberately, for whatever reasons, those lessons were ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rijn. Honorable Skosana, the one who's not a deputy chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. No, we really appreciate the presentation or the general overview that was made by the Minister on the state of the department, supported by DM Holomisa and other senior officials. We really appreciate that. I'm only having 3 questions, but before coming to these questions, in fact, I've got more, but I'm gonna prioritize 3 because of time. But please allow me just to start with the housekeeping issues. Yeah, I think earlier Honorable Niehaus raised 2 points which are in contravention of Rule 85 of the NA rules. Well, I didn't want to raise a point of order because he didn't want to stifle the discussion. One Honorable Niehaus said that the minister deliberately misled Parliament when she was responding to his question. So to say somebody, an honorable member of the House, is deliberately misleading is unparliamentary and that is casting aspersion on the integrity of the minister. Well, when we say somebody is misleading, it is acceptable. But when we say is deliberately misleading, that is casting aspersion and it is unparliamentary in terms of Rule 85. Secondly, he said that President Ramaphosa sneaked the letter regarding the issue of deployment on Christmas Eve. So to say somebody sneaked, you mean that he had something to hide, and that is to cast aspersion on the integrity of the president. So I'm just raising these matters for the record, because he has already finished speaking. Because if we don't talk about such things, it will be wrong of us as honorable members of this House who have taken oath. Coming to my questions, Chair, just one on the issue of...
So I am going to deal with this matter. I need him to finish. I'm going to deal
No, Chair. If this is the precedence we are going to take, we are equal to the task. We are not here to answer each other. We are here having defense as a department to ask questions to, and they are capable of answering themselves. If we are not a unit as a committee, let it be. We will answer each other. That's not a problem. We can't be answering each other here and picking on each other. That is why we also have a chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Madam, I'm not sure what the issue is. So Honorable Skosana has raised an issue. I need to deal with it. I want to let him finish what he's saying so that I can deal with it. I'm not certain what the issue is, therefore. Please go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, I've not asked any question to Honorable House. I was raising the issue of the rules, contraventions of the rules of the National Assembly. But coming to my questions, Chair, DOD has been receiving qualified audit opinions for 5 years. What is the problem? How can you receive a qualified audit opinion for 5 consecutive years? That's very much concerning. What is the real problem? What is it that we are going to do differently from now onwards to make sure that you get a favorable audit opinion? Because I know every year that you would have an audit action plan, but still, you would still get the same qualification. So what is it now that we are going to do differently to make sure that you get out of the qualification? Secondly, from the AG point of view, there was an issue about the overpayment of employees' basic salaries, housing allowances, and deprivation allowances. So why is that the case, and how are you dealing with that matter, the issue of overpayment? The last question, which I think Honorable Mente also raised earlier, but I did not get a clear response to it, is the fact that you don't have a system to identify and disclose irregular expenditure. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Those are my questions.
Honorable Nilmay.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, and her team that is here, and my colleagues. No, thank you very much. Chair, it is concerning that the Department of Defense only achieved 33% of its performance targets for the 2023-2024 financial year. The department overspent their budget allocation, incurred unauthorized expenditure of about 3.3 billion, but only achieved 33% of their targets, which is a concern for the committee. I think what we did hear about the sort of areas that there is expenditure that is not necessarily budgeted for. So I'm wondering if that is the area where the performance doesn't talk to your outcomes. The other area is coming back to your financial systems. The PFMA and Treasury requires invoices to be paid within 30 days. But according to the 2023-2024 financial year, they were not paid within 30 days. Is that due to the legacy system not being integrated? I think one of the areas that when looking at the report, that a significant proportion of those invoices are not paid. And because you utilize the legacy financial system together with various non-integrated standalone logistics and supply chain management information systems. So that lack of integration, obviously the department is not able to verify your invoices. Is the department looking at that system? Are you going to be improving that? And at the same time, coming back to my colleagues' questions, can the minister guarantee that going forward that all compliance issues will be addressed? I think we looked at the legacy challenges of non-compliance, and as SCOPA, we see it across the board. There is a culture of non-compliance when it comes to legislation, to the PFMA. It seems as though one just goes ahead and non-complies and thinks we'll fix it later, but it doesn't happen. And I think this is going forward. I'm asking that the minister guarantee that going forward compliance issues will be addressed. Thank you so much.
Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, the Minister and the Deputy Minister. No, as well, I'm not going to be long. I'm going to be quite short. I think, Chair, on DOD, I'm just trying to find my notes. I've noted a quite number of people, a quite number of issues, but I think my colleagues would have raised mostly of those, especially around the issue of irregular expenditure and other issues. But what I would want to be, or what is of concern to me, is that I noted that they've not been having a proper governance structure also as well, same as DMV. I think in one of the notes I saw that they've been having a position of CE vacant for a number of years. I think it's for about 5 years. They've been the CFO has been acting for the past 2 years or so. And I think the secretary as well is acting, right? I'm not sure. Yes, yes. Since 2022 December, and I think that's of a great concern to me, Chair, because I'm thinking about the organizational memory as well. Especially in such an important institution, you can't be having people who are acting, because I'm questioning myself, why are people acting? Why are we not employing people? And I think it's a responsibility that the minister must concern itself around. But perhaps one would have just wanted to check, at DOT, do they have a proper functioning? I think it's the audit committee chair that was around is of, I'm not sure whether it's a DOT or DMV that is around. I wanted to check around the issue of audit committee. Do they have a proper functioning audit committee? Without the CAC, do they have audit committee, or also in this in DOT is also outsourced? I will speak about the issue of DMV, where I saw that they ended up outsourcing it and so on. So the reason why, Chair, I want to ask that is that generally there has always been a generally accepted that, or it has always been a shared view that an internal audit that you have in-house, usually you derive more benefit from, and also the cost implication. And above and beyond that, Chair, when you have internal audit in-house, they usually help you because they do not only perform the assurance services, they are also able to perform consulting services, which is from where I sit. I think both DOT and the DMV, they need a proper functioning internal audit that will be able to provide consulting services in order for them to establish proper internal control, risk management processes, and also governance processes to ensure that the organization, first and for all and foremost, they have proper functioning systems in them. And I think, Chair, my other concern would have been that I noticed that I think both DOT, as Honorable Nelu spoke, and TMV, I noticed that they are what they would have achieved in terms of the performance target is relatively very low. I think TMV is like 45%, but the budget that they spend does not correlate with the performance in terms of what they would have achieved. And I just want to understand how does it happen? Do we receive the value for money in terms of what we would have wanted to achieve? And I think I've formulated a view. Perhaps I would agree with the minister that I do not think DMV is actually delivering in terms of the mandate that they were given to assist. And I think it's a very important department that we must not overlook. It's very important that those that fought for the freedom that we are enjoying today are well taken care of. Chair, I think as I sit down, as you land, as I land, Chair. I think I just wanted to make a comment. Perhaps this would it's just a generic comment. I think the minister should look at also the DGs that are acting. I think generally, Chair, when you budget, perhaps for, let's say, for instance, for a municipality, it cannot be the same budgeting that you would do for military. For instance, you know that in a municipality, well, because in my previous life I would have worked for a municipality. I knew that in a municipality you would budget, you finish everything, and then you would set aside a particular budget for disaster management. I'm just making this example so that we will think about these things, because you plan for these things. Even in military, you know that at some point you are going to need parts to fix trucks. At some point, you are going to need, you are going to have mandates, or you are going to be deployed somewhere where you were not, where you would have not initially planned about this. So there are usually funds. So there are usually funds, Chair, for this thing that you set aside and budget for them. For instance, as I was saying, you would go to many municipalities across South Africa and just say to them, give me your disaster management budget. They would not give you, because they don't budget for it. But when disaster actually happens, then they go and want to go and prioritize from somewhere else. That is why HE usually refuse to classify these things as emergency. So I think as military as well, they need to take into account those things, make sure that they plan proper, and then because now we know that these things happen. And lastly, but not least, your SCM officials. I think from the reports that I've read, I think you need to relook in terms of how you run SCM. It can't be normal that normal officials of SCM are driving nice cars that are unexplained how they are sustaining their lives from. We need to really look at these things, and we need to be honest about them. I know South Africa has a belief that politicians are corrupt. Yes, to an extent they might be. But I've always believed that the problem of South Africa, whoever you can remove and put, as long as you have not ethically and morally regenerated public servants, you would continue to have this problem. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Maduna, I thought you were going to suggest that municipalities be fiscally put under the disaster relief funds entirely. So that I'm glad you didn't go there. Honorable Mahlala.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to colleagues from all ends. I think I'll probably have maybe 2 questions or so, but let me start by saying, because at least we're meeting with the department for the first time, it is important that we always reiterate this. We want every department and every SOE to succeed. We come from the standpoint that we need to understand the challenges that the department is facing, and they must be tabled to us as frank as possible. so that we're able to diagnose the problem properly. So when we say there is a bill in place, we must understand that it seeks to resolve A, B, C, and D. So that when we then support it from our end and ensure that it is put through, we then no longer face challenges A, B, C, and D. So we rely on the officials to give us the true reflection of the situation. That is why you'd find that the chair kept on speaking about specifics, as opposed to a glossy picture or painting an image as if we are managing things, because we then take that for the record and take it for what it is and anticipate that going forward we must be able to get the desired results. So from an ideological point, we see you as representatives of the motive forces of our struggle, as people that are an embodiment of what we seek to achieve as a country. So we want to see you succeed. I wanted to just start there so that we're clear that we're not attacking you. But obviously when you are building, you put brick on brick, but at times you cut bricks so that they fit into shape, so that you ensure that ultimately you've got the desired result. It is a concerning issue for me to sit here and discuss issues of discipline with the Department of Defense. And maybe it is my limited understanding of how military works. And issues of discipline and consequence management are the least of the expectations I would have to deal with, primarily from a culture perspective in the department, which I would anticipate should flow throughout in terms of the processes. I anticipate high level of discipline, high level of moral authority, because when you speak about these problems and the challenges we see in consequence management, in behavior, in staff, you can then generalize them across to the highest risk areas that could be projected by that kind of behavior. So I just like I would not want to have an engagement about financial controls with the Department of Finance, because I expect them to be the epitome of how monies should be handled. So I think it's an area that is really concerning of me. The qualified audit opinions are serious issue. The colleagues have spoken at length about that. I will not dwell much into it. But in relation to the legacy issue or the legacy problems, because these are terminologies that we hear about every day. In any organization, it will be systems, processes, and people that are causing problems. So when we get a report that there are legacy problems, it must be summed up in one page in terms of what has been the identification. Have they been systems related, process or people related? And also what are then the plans to ensure that those are mitigated so that we don't sit here again in 5 years and deal with the issue of legacy issues. At some point, we must be able to move forward and must be taken into confidence around the identification of the source of the problems, and then the mitigation strategies on how they are going to be prevented, and also putting in place systems for preventative measures going forward. So that's one of the other very important issues for me. And I think the Chief of Staff has diagnosed it properly when he says he feels that this committee wants to assist. And that is exactly why we're here. So the issue of the bill, I'm quite interested in. The issue of the defense plan, I think Comrade Des has raised quite a number of issues around it to say we'd like to really look into it further and see how it was not implemented, how do we revive it and ensure that there are corrections that are done in that light. And as a last point, it is to deal with the financial management aspect. And I think it has been raised and appreciated, but I want to just emphasize more. There is no logical conclusion in suggesting that I need 100 rands when I'm failing to account and manage 10 rands. It just cannot be. While the challenges are broader, some of them go beyond this particular room, but we must be able to say, how do we ensure that what we have, we properly utilize it, and we ensure that we've got systems and controls in place through our internal audit departments are capacitated, through the necessary provisions in systems and policies within the organization, and the culture, most importantly, of compliance and of ethical leadership in the organization. So that when we clean our house, we can then say, look, we have used what we have to the best of our capabilities, and thus we need more. Because there's no confidence in saying that once you've got 100 rands, then somehow you are going to start behaving in a different manner. So we need to deal with that, and I want to emphasize it because we're dealing with a very important department before us, which speaks and affects a lot of things, including the culture, including the sovereignty of the country, including quite a lot of other things which are intercepted by how we behave as a Department of Defense. So that speaks to the leadership issues, it speaks to the issues of stability around the senior positions and so forth and so on. Let me just pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Department of Defense, the whole team, and greetings to the honorable members. Chair, I believe that we're somewhat being misled here by the Minister, and I say this with all due respect. The Minister says that, yes, we can defend the country. But the numbers that we receive from the Auditor General and the SIU, they don't speak to that. They speak to a disastrous decline in flying hours. They speak to a disastrous decline in sea hours by the Navy. So when the Minister says, yes, we can defend the country, that to me is inaccurate. And I believe she's misleading us as a House. So the SA Navy, like you said, Chair, I think it was you who first mentioned, that a decline of sea hours from 11,000 hours 10 years ago to around 2,600 hours in 2023, 2024. That's a disaster. The Air Force from 11,600 hours to a mere 712 hours. And the Minister says to us here that no, we are fine. That cannot be correct, Chair. We've got no UAVs. Our soldiers in the DRC have got no UAVs. They could be back home now if they had UAVs. Armsco and Denel are dysfunctional, properly dysfunctional. There's nothing happening there. And now the Denel team is not here to answer for their misdeeds. We cannot continue like this, Chair. Excuse me. I think the whole department needs to understand that we cannot afford to assist in all of these missions across the world and all over Africa anymore. We cannot afford it. So the reason why we do it, I don't know, because to do or to go on such missions needs proper planning, it needs the financial muscle to do it, and we just don't have the muscle to do it. So maybe they will tell us why we actually carry on doing this thing. I'm not sure who this is supposed to be directed to, whether it's the Minister or whether it's the team that is accompanying the Minister. We've got internal audit functions in the Department of Defense that are dysfunctional. And I think it was Honorable Mente who mentioned this. If you do not have a functioning internal audit, how do you continue operating? You've got vacancies in that department, but everything still carries on as normal. I think again, I would like to disagree with the Minister. And if I'm wrong on this one, please, on this specific issue, I would like to be corrected. The 14 soldiers that died in the DRC, when they were repatriated by the UN, they were not collected by SANDF aeroplanes. They were brought to South Africa and we were shown those people's bodies being delivered off a Tanzanian Air Force Y-8. Tanzanian Air Force, here bringing our South African soldiers. We don't have planes to fly. We don't have planes to fly. The Minister just said to us today that no, we are fine. As a country, we are safe. We can't even repatriate our own. That cannot be correct. We all say, or most of us say, we need to ask Treasury and we need to speak to Treasury to fund or give more money to the Department of Defense. What will happen to that money if you give it to the Department of Defense when they've got absolutely no processes in place? Nothing is functioning in the Department of Defense. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Because even if people do something wrong, When it's time to chase them and bring them to book, that takes 10 years. When everyone knows what those people have done. So if we're saying we're bringing in more money to help the Department of Defense, are we saying we're bringing in more money for the department to do more looting? And I think it was Honorable Trollip who said he wouldn't agree with giving that money. I would tend to agree with him that if they don't fix these issues that they've got within the department itself, they don't deserve more money. I think one of the questions I would like to ask is when the AG and SIU came here, they said the accounting officer in the Department of Defense has no authority to discipline the chief of the SANDF. Can someone please answer that question? It's one of the questions that I would like to pose. And I'm not sure how no one has actually said it, that what is happening in the Department of Defense is actually treasonous. It's absolute treason. All of these people who are basically putting soldiers' lives at risk, who are putting the country's defense at risk, that's treasonous. And it should be viewed as such and prosecuted as such as well. A lot of issues that arise from the department, especially, and again, I go back to the issue that when Minister says no, we are fine as a country, our defense is 100%, we're winning. The ability to timelessly finalize repairs and maintenance contracts was hindered by the liquidity and tax compliance issues at Denel. But Minister says, yes, we are fine. The aged aircraft fleet, the life has been extended, but no funding was made available for a second major service cycle, which involves the costly overhaul of major components, such as engines, drivetrains, and transmissions. So basically, our air fleet is pop, it's not working, it's not doing anything. So again, Minister, I'm not too happy with that one. The continuous underfunding of the compensation of employees, coupled with the unfunded deployment of the SANDF, has resulted in the increased utilization of reserve forces, which exceeded the planned man days by 1.2 million man days, more than what was planned, due to an increased requirement to support military operations and to provide protection services to military installations. Now, an increase of man days of 1.2 million, and we're supposed to be functioning properly. No, I don't agree. I think just lastly, Chair, I think to the Minister, when she spoke just now, she said she was crying foul play basically about the budget cuts in a department and that more money should be brought in to assist the department. I want to ask the Minister this question. Can she assure this committee today, on the record, that we will not in the future hear, in the near future or in the future anytime, that they want to bring in, when they say they want to bring in private players, that they won't be trying to privatize the Department of Defense? Because if they do that, we best know that they'll be bringing in the military-industrial complex of the US. Once they bring those people in, those people who are running the US, then we will not have a state anymore. You were doing so well. We will not have a state anymore.
Okay, members, jokes, I'm worried about time, so can we
okay,
focus here?
Yes, Chair. The likes of those private entities, they've already made their inroads into Transnet, with the likes of BlackRock already there. We cannot privatize the Department of Defense. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, I'm going to skip you and go to Honorable Beck because you and Honorable Atkinson had there's no time, we've run out of time. You and Honorable Atkinson had plenty time. We'll give you 5 minutes next time. Honorable Beck.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is to General Holomisa. Given the amount of money that's been historically spent on this mission, does the Deputy Minister now agree with our presence in the DRC? To the Minister of Defence, you spoke a bit about unfunded missions. And given that we've flown the white flag in the DRC and our soldiers are now effectively prisoners of war there, is it safe to assume we don't need the 1.8 billion rand in the national budget anymore for the year ahead? To the SecDef, from what I understand, there are documents that Minister Motsekga needs to sign and Minister Ramakorpa needs to sign. Is that broadly correct? Okay, so then my question is to the Minister whether you have in fact signed the documents. Thank you.
Sorry, can we let him finish and then we...
It was helpful, Chair. Then on Cuba, in order for this committee to do its job of overseeing public accounts properly, can you make the agreements and sub-agreements of South Africa and Cuba publicly available? Also to the SecDef, when last did the DoD receive an unqualified audit? And you earlier told the committee that you, and I quote, can tell any member you're unhappy with A, B, or C, but you can't go and institute charges against them. And that it's not true that the Secretary of Defense doesn't have control. So my question is, if you tell a member you're unhappy with something, for example, that they made an incorrect procurement, and they then ignore you, what direct consequences or disciplinary action can you take against this member? And if there are direct consequences, why aren't we seeing more of it? And then to the General, the one who spoke at length today. The military discipline bill was withdrawn in March 2020. It's now 5 years later, and it hasn't been brought to Parliament yet. Why does it take more than 5 years? When can we expect the bill to be tabled? And finally, Chair, we were told by the General that we shouldn't judge him or the DoD on the most recent DRC mission. But is it not fair to say that there are many similarities between the Battle of Bangui and the Goma defeat? Lack of sufficient air support, heavy armor, resupply issues. And I believe that the other base, not in Goma, is surrounded by mountains. Similar in Bangui, it's agreed that it was in an indefensible position. Given all of these similarities, should we judge you on that one too? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Esak? Or you submarine?
I got no choice, Chair. And you're a tail ender, what do you do? But it's good, it's fine, Chair. I think lots has been covered, and good day to colleagues, Minister, and the office. Chair, in the interest again of not being repetitive, I'm just going to be really somewhat concise. Minister, Deputy Minister, I think you both realize in your discussions when you meet that some real tough decisions have to be made here. I mean, it's sad that, you know, this department has retrogressed to the extent that it has, and I don't particularly just enjoy badgering. I think, you know, we're going to find some consensus and perhaps make some tough quality decisions in the best interest of South Africans as a whole. So, you know, you've covered the issue, I think, and touched on the fact that there has been discussions with National Treasury. But then again, there was the issue about the shortfall of some 2 billion, you know, in terms of your expense and against what your requests were. I wanted to just find out, and perhaps the Minister could answer. It's a very simple one, or perhaps the General could answer. Is the department still, or at times, using or leasing private aircraft for chartering purposes within the Defense Department? Is there expenditure on private charter for aircraft? And then there was the issue, again, I think it came up, and when I read the presentation last night, there was the issue of these unoccupied buildings that is being leased by the Defense Department over a 5-year period. The Auditor General's report alluded to that. 108, yeah, the figure is 108 million worth of leasing, and that these properties might be leased currently as unnecessary. So huge, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. I'm not sure, but I'd like to hear you guys express yourselves on that with due respect. And then, of course, the issue was raised by another colleague across there in terms of the Chief Audit Executive's position that has been vacant. So let me pass on that, not get into detail with that one. And then there is the issue, you know, I even made a little note, Deputy and Minister. Minister, are you with me? I'm here. Okay, good. Minister, yeah, on slide 8 of the presentation, you know, there was a very concerning issue, and I think we touched on it. But General, you know, there is this issue of repositioning that was discussed, right? If you look into slide 8, you'll see the clear explanation there. Repositioning the SCM function and bringing it under the purview and control of the CFO, as is required by Treasury regulations. I think we recall that. So what I want to find out now, is this happening? Is that been put into action? So simple yes or no, I'd be comfortable with that. And then in conclusion, Chairperson, yeah, I just want to find out from the General, on a lighter note, does the Defense perhaps own a PlayStation 5 or something? Thank you, Chair.
Why? I completely missed the joke, but it's fine. So, Honorable Skosana, you're not reclaiming your 5 minutes, are you? Because we're literally out of time.
No. No. I wanted to make that follow up. As I said, I wanted 5 minutes, but I'll get 2 minutes. It's fine, because I'm not answered.
So, Honorable Skosana, I really gave all of you, in fact, the 2 of you, I gave you the most time on the committee to ask questions. Can I please ask you to stand down, or you can ask your question, then we'll get an answer in writing. But it's not fair. The other members, I've had to speed through their questions, and I gave each of you, the 2 of you.
But you gave me 20 minutes. I didn't take 20 minutes.
No, sure, but we have to give the other members an opportunity.
It's fine.
Honorable
It's okay.
Skosana, please. Yeah, please, colleagues.
But I'm not answered. That you must
just
know.
state what is not answered. I'm asking, so don't ask for 2 minutes. Just state what is not answered.
Chair, show of rushing. That's why we are losing money, because we are rushing. And the money we are losing is because of this rush. My question I asked about the Chief of Defense Force, I said, Vanessa du Toit. I'm not sure whether you heard me when I said so. And I said, the Chief of Defense is not here. And Colonel D.B. Smith, he was the Chief of Staff in the office of the Chief of Defense. I asked what happened to the case, because it was a supply chain issue. And my last question, which was not answered, and I know that you might say that is another question. I spoke about the M23 approaching the airport in Kavume, and I was not answered. My last one, and I asked again, which I was not answered, that do we have the capacity with this allied group on the ground force to continue to be offensive in the DRC? And I was not answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I am really going to have to cut it here, please. Please, ma'am. We were supposed to go on until 1. It's 20 to 2. And we then agreed to finish at 20 to 2. It's now 19 minutes to 2. So please, members, we're back here on the 25th, continuing with part 2 of this conversation. So, Honorable Skosana, Skosana, I noted your concern around the rules. So I've consulted with the table here, it's Rule 85.1 in particular, I think it is. So I am going to consult further with the table. On the 25th, I am going to then give a formal outcome. Honorable Niehaus, you'll be invited back because it's DMB, and I hope you're here, so nothing is going to be said in anybody's absence. I will say, however, Minister, I think you've been around this building many times, and you can answer to the question of whether you were misleading Parliament or this committee at all. And I'd like you to start there, and then deal with the rest of the questions the members had. Thank you.
No, Chair, I think I'll wait for your response. But to say I deliberately misled, I find it actually quite problematic because it means I lied deliberately. But I think I want to leave that matter to the second process so that I really don't respond to that, especially in view of time, Chair. Chair, I'll just make a few comments respectfully, so, Chair, that I must say some of the inputs have been very helpful, and we want to appreciate the Council. I mean, it's a pity that Member Van Rooyen is not here. I think his engagement around the fiscal issues, for me, that's the heart of the problems that we have. Because to say we want money from where, it must come from somewhere. And that's why there's been these difficulties of robbing Paul to pay Peter. And I think it's just a general problem. So even when we say we want more money, Treasury is going to say, and as I say, having sat in the MINCOM part, I know what are the difficulties of trying to balance, but I'm not saying we should not be given money. But I found his input very helpful. And some, Chair, respectfully and humbly, I'm sure I can't repeat the same answer. That the question gets asked by different people in the same way, and then I have to answer it all the time. The question about whether we think the Defence Force is ready or is capable of defending this country, I've answered. And I really stick to that answer. So the fact that it's asked repeatedly, I don't think it's very necessary for me to answer the same question differently. On compliance issues, I can say, Chair, at all times we try to do the best that we can, but to say next time when you come here, you would have complied with compliance, that's where you'll be even deliberately misleading the House. So we're trying to do our best under the circumstances, but I just can't then come here and say, yes, I'm going to make sure that there's compliance issues. We try to do it the best that we can. On posts, I've also advertised, I responded, Chair, earlier. So we've advertised the post. We're filling posts at senior level. One of the things that alarmed us when we went to the department is to find so many vacancies. And it's one of the briefs that we got from the President when he was appointing us to say, make sure that there's stability, especially in leadership in the department. That's why we've prioritized it. As I say, we do hope that by March we would have filled all especially the senior posts and throughout the system. So we are equally concerned about vacancies, especially at the senior level. Outsourcing audit, I also agree with the member who was saying, outsourcing is not the ideal. We want to bring our own capacity. But for instance, in military veterans, the system was really in serious problems because there was just no people to run the internal audit. That's why we had to source out, but agree that it's better if you build your own capacity inside the department. But we had to deal with the crisis that we found ourselves in. About the repatriation, which plane brought who, it was the logistics about Summit DRC are run in the main by Summit DRC. Which plane they get, whether they get it from us. It's not the lack of planes. So we had even planned ourselves to repatriate our people right from DRC, but it didn't work. So Summit DRC works out the logistics. Even now we have to bring our injured. I've been speaking to the secretary who is running Summit DRC around what are the arrangements that they have around bringing our injured. They are chartering. So it's, again, a logistic issue that belongs to that issue. The other things about privatizing the army, I just don't know. I don't know what. I just. Remember, I nampendul.
Well, I think just say yes or no, Minister.
No,
Is-
yes, what? Because I thought, okay, maybe I'd say no, but I just find it a strange thing. I mean, where does it come from? So, but okay, no, there's no plan to privatize. The white flag thing, we had raised also in the other committee. The member knows what we said about the white flag. He repeats what he has an answer for. We explained, especially for members who are not part of the Defense Committee Chair. We said when the white flag was hosted, it was not to surrender. We agreed, and that's a report I got from generals, we agreed that to be able to have safe passage for our people who were injured and those who were deceased, we need to indicate that we want a temporary ceasefire, which we managed to get, and that's why after we had managed to get that safe passage, the white flag was removed. And we had explained also in that committee, the member repeats it again as if we are saying the red flag was to surrender. But again, just to explain for the other people,
You need the money.
The committee.
Honourable Member, please. Minister.
The question's being ignored. The question was, do we need 1.8 billion rand? Not about the white flag.
No, sure. Well, the Minister will deal with that.
The other point also, Chair, about the unoccupied buildings, he's right, the member who raised it.
Ignoring the question, Chair.
It's a major...
Honourable Beck, please, when the Minister, I also take notes here. When the Minister is done, I will say, and I've done it repeatedly before, can you please do that? I have done it repeatedly in this meeting to say, Member, so you haven't dealt with this question. I've done that to the best of my ability. So please, let's not delay one another.
Chair, on unoccupied buildings, the member is quite right. We're extremely concerned. I only discovered that there are lots of buildings and land that belongs to Defence Force. We've agreed to either sweat them out, find partners, because we need money. We also need, because they're creating also problems for the city. So we have a plan, or we are in discussions about how to do that. So the Defence Force owns buildings, owns houses, owns flats, which are really being vandalized. So it's a matter that has been drawn to our attention. We're looking at that. Yeah, because I really want to say it's unfortunate. Chair, on the other issues which are specific about 1.8 billion, I was going to ask the USEC or Chief of Defence to say, do we still need the 1.8 billion? Because I don't know, I mean, from my side, where that comes from, because as I say, we've not surrendered. So we still have people there, and we still need the money that we had asked for to continue with our stay there in the meantime. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll request the acting CFO to give answers that have to do with financial management. But what I have just to respond from my side, again, the question that is asked, but differently now, the powers of the SecDef and what do you do when somebody procured did not do right in the procurement. The PFMA is clear that there is an issue of a delegation regime, and it is in the presentation that that was circulated. The SecDef, or the Secretary for Defence's accounting officer, delegates to the units. And we have a directorate which is dealing with risk governance of procurement. They sometimes do spot checks to go and check whether a unit is compliant when it comes to procurement, whether they are segregated duties and all those requirements. If they are not, we find that they are not compliant, the delegations are withdrawn. I withdraw the delegations. And even with the giving of delegations, before, as one of the control measures, before I even sign for the delegation, the part that deals with, which is in the environment of the Secretariat, that deals with governance, procurement, will work with the site that is in the SANDF, and they go there and do spot check and satisfy themselves that this unit can procure before I even sign on the delegation. So in short, the delegations are withdrawn. So I'll ask the CFO, and please also the 1.8 billion that is required. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chair and members of the committee. The 1.8 billion is the allocation the National Treasury has given to the Department of Defense for our deployment to the DRC in 2020, 2025, 2026. The 1.8 billion is made up of 1.3 billion for the actual deployment and about 487 million that we are required to pay for our assessed contribution as a country. So that's what the 1.8 billion is for, and we do require it. The Honorable Berg also asked about when was the last time that we received an unqualified audit opinion. It was in 2015, 2016. And then there was a question from Honorable Neil May with regard to 30-day payments. Yes, ma'am, you are right. We are struggling to pay supplies within 30 days, and you are correct in terms of it's because of the legacy systems that we have that are not linked. So we are ranging between 78% and 82% over the last 2 years in terms of payment of supplies within 30 days. The other main reason of this is also because of a bulk of our medical services are outsourced to private doctors, and these doctors are not necessarily registered on our system, because when a patient is referred to one of these, it's an emergency, so they're not registered on the CSD system. CSD system is a central supplier database of National Treasury, where all supplies must be registered on it before they are paid. So it does take very long for us to couple our invoices to the actual service that was rendered. Hence, we are struggling to pay suppliers on time. That's one of the other reasons. With regard to the qualifications, our qualifications are mainly on the completeness of irregular expenditure, I think, which we've discussed in a bit more detail, including the completeness of assets. Chief Logistics is sitting next to me, and you manage those issues around the qualifications on assets and procurement and how we're planning on dealing with it. We have action plans in place. We do meet with the Auditor General. The Finance Environment actually meets with the Auditor General almost on every two weekly basis to deal with these findings. We also meet on a monthly basis as a department to manage these specific action plans. Yes, we do acknowledge that it's taking a bit longer to improve on our audit qualifications, but it's also because of the manual intervention that we have to always implement in terms of our accounting systems. We have accounting systems that came from the 1974, 1977 era, and unfortunately, they are not linked. We are not on BAS like any other government departments. We are not on PESAL like the other government departments. We manage everything internally within our environment. So everything has to do with manual interventions. But we are working on these action plans to ensure that we have a better way of managing these findings to reduce, and we are reducing. Yes, the qualifications do exist because from an accounting point of view, once the opening balances are not corrected, they do roll forward into the next financial year. But a lot of the findings that we have are all legacy findings that we're trying to manage in terms of the completeness of assets. I'm sure CLOG would like to add maybe a few more aspects to the qualifications on irregular expenditure, and CHR is also here to deal with the qualification on employees. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, may I ask, because there's quite a few issues. I have several follow-up questions myself. Can I ask that so the Secretariat will follow up on these, and we want this in writing to the committee. There is a 25th next week where we're going to deal with all outstanding issues, one. And secondly, Minister, following the budget vote on defense, I would like us to convene again, because the funding issues will be out in the open, etc., and your plans, etc., etc. I'd like us to convene with SCOPA again to deal with the same issues. I just want to say, because we need to close, I want to say that the Secretariat will be in touch with your office, Minister. We are going to work with you on an ongoing basis. We're doing this with all entities and departments that have got seriously adverse findings over a period of time. We need to develop an understanding of your turnaround plan so that the committee can hold you accountable to that. And also the plan needs to indicate a willingness to address the issues raised by the members here, so that when we talk next time, we've got a much more concise discussion about what is being done about the problems. Is it still serious? How much level of seriousness, progress made, consequence management, and so on, so that that problem is dealt with as efficiently and as quickly as possible. I want to thank the honorable members. I want to thank you, Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Secretary of Defense, Deputy Ministers.
Just before you finish, the withdrawal of troops in DRC will depend on the decision taken by yourselves as members of Parliament and the Cabinet. That's it. Are you answered on that?
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to thank everybody who's here. I am worried that we're also going to waste the food that was prepared for all of you downstairs because they close at 2. Thank you very much.